Hello, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. It's awesome to hear from you. How are you guys doing? I hope you are well and safe and feeling good today. Today is January 12th, 2025, and we are back. What do you know? Learning Python, teaching ourselves some Python. All right. Let's go ahead and let the Discord know we're here. I think it'll automatically do it with the new bot I installed. Oh, it did. Wow, that's so cool. Nice. Awesome. My dog is clanging the bowl around over there. Okay, let's go ahead and get started here. Okay, so we're continuing on with binary trees today in DSA in Python. I want to read maybe about 5, 6, 7 pages of this book and then move on to some practice problems and get some practice problems going. But we do need to keep going here. All right, so this was the binary tree ADT, back 8.2. Um, so binary trees, an ordered tree that has the following properties. Each tree node has at most 2 children. Every child is labeled as being either a left child or a right child. A child that precedes a right child in order of children of a node. A left child precedes right child. Okay, so we learned about these functions, and we were here. Properties of binary trees. Binary trees have several interesting properties dealing with relationships between their height and number of nodes. We denote we denote the set of all nodes of tree T at the same depth D as level D of T. We denote the set of all nodes of a tree T at the same depth of level as level D of T. Yes, gotcha. In a binary tree, level 0 has at most 1 node with the root. Level 1 has at most 2 nodes, the children. Level 2 has at most 4 nodes, and so on. In general, D, the depth has at most 2 to the power of D nodes, right? Yeah. Um, we can see that the maximum number of nodes on the levels of binary tree grows exponentially as we go down the tree. From this simple observation, we can derive the following properties relating to the height of a binary tree with its number of nodes. A detailed justification of this property is left in exercise 8.8. Prop 8.8. Hey Tim, welcome in. How you doing, man? Welcome. It's awesome to hear from you. How you doing? Proposition 8.8. Let T be a non-empty binary tree. Let n sub e, n sub I, and h denote the number of nodes, number of nodes, number of external nodes, and number of internal nodes, and let height t respectively and height of t respectively. Then T has the following properties. The height plus 1 is less than or equal to the total number of nodes, which is less than or equal to 2 to the power. Okay, this is all kind of keep going here. Relating internal nodes to external nodes in a proper binary tree. In addition to the earlier binary tree properties, the following relationship exists between the number of internal nodes and external nodes in a proper binary tree. In a non-empty proper binary tree with a total of ne external nodes and a ni internal nodes, we have the external nodes is equal to the number of internal nodes plus 1. We justify this proposition by removing nodes from T and dividing them up into 2 piles, an internal node pile and an external node pile. While T becomes empty, the piles are initially empty, but by the end, we will show that the external node pile has 1 more node than the internal node pile. We consider two cases. If T has 1 node V, we remove V and place it on the external node pile. Thus, the external node pile has 1 more node, and the internal pile is empty. Otherwise, case 2, otherwise, T has 1 more node, has more than 1 node. We remove from T an arbitrary external node W and its parent node V, which is an internal node. We place W on an external pile and V on an internal pile. If V has a parent U, we reconnect U with the former sibling. Okay, this is getting all really crazy here. So, operation that removes an external node from the parent and used in justification proposition 8.9. So in A, we have a node here. We remove this node. We attach the subsequent node to this feature, and then, okay, got you. Interesting. Okay, 8.3, implementing binary trees. Implementing binary trees. The tree and binary tree classes that we have defined thus far in the chapters are formally abstract-based classes. Although they provide a great deal of support, neither of them can be directly instantiated. We have not yet defined key implementation details of how a tree will be represented internally, and how we can effectively navigate between parents and children. So specifically, a concrete implementation of a tree must provide methods root, parent, num children, children, and under length. And in this case, a binary tree, the additional accessors of left and right. There are several choices for the internal representation of trees. We describe the most common representation in this section. We begin with the case of a binary tree, since its shape is more narrowly defined. Link structure for binary trees. A natural way to realize a binary tree T is to use a linked structure with a node that maintains references to elements stored at a position P and to nodes associated with the children and parent of P. If P is the root of T, then the parent field of P is none. Likewise, if P does not have a child, respectively right child, the associated field is none. The tree itself maintains an instance variable storing information to the root node, if any, and a variable called size that represents the overall number of nodes of the total tree. We show such a linked structure representation of a binary tree in figure 8.11b. So a linked structure for representing a single node. So you have a single node, it has a parent, has a left, a right, and associated to the element. The node itself is a positional node, right? At some height and depth. Then in figure B here, we have nodes compiling a tree. Up here we have the root node because its parent association is null or none here. We have that right node, as you can see, where it has no left or right element, but it does have an element associated with the node, Seattle, but it has a link back to the root, or its parent in this case, which happens to be the root. The total size is 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, due to the number of positions in this tree. Gotcha. Python implementation of a linked binary tree structure. In this section, we define a concrete linked binary tree class that implements the binary tree ADT by subclassing the binary tree class. Our general approach is very similar to what we used when developing the positional list in section 7.4. We define a simple non-public underscore node class to represent a node and a public position class that wraps a node. We provide a validate utility for robustly checking the validity of a given position instance when unwrapping it, and a underscore make underscore position utility for wrapping a node as a position to return to a caller. The definitions are provided in code fragment 8.8. As a formality, the new position class is declared to inherit immediately from binary tree.position. Technically, the binary tree class definition does not formally declare such a nested class. It trivially inherits from a tree.position. A minor benefit from this design is that our position class inherits the under and e special method, so that the syntax p does not equal q is derived relative to the under eq method. Our class definition continues in code fragment 8.9 with a constructor and with a concrete implementations for the methods that remain abstract in the tree and binary tree classes. The constructor creates an empty tree by initializing underscore root to none and underscore size to 0. These successor methods are implemented with careful use of the underscore validate and underscore make position utilities to safeguard against boundary cases. Hey, Abdi, I appreciate you coming in and leaving a message. You're awesome. Hey, are you in college? If so, what year are you? No, for those that are new here, I graduated college back in 2021 with a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. I work at a biotech company as a formulation chemist. So I have a 9 to 5 job, and I've been teaching myself Python more specifically and other various computer science topics, after my 9 to 5 job, for the past about 6, 7 months. So if that sounds like something you're interested in, please follow me along here. Uh, I've been streaming my progress here as kind of like a video series to help provide a perspective or like an authentic perspective from a beginner's point of view. What it's really like to kind of grind through all this material on your own, independently. I also, just to help maybe motivate. If you see me working, I try to work, every day, keep myself productive with using this stream as a way to do that. And so if you you can also use it as motivation for your own work, so you can put it on in the background and just hang out with me here. This is like a peer-to-peer hangout where we're just here learning together. And if you happen to learn something along the way with me here, then that's fantastic. Or if you're just doing your own work in the background, that's fantastic. But let me know what you're working on in the background. What are you guys currently studying? Are you in school? Are you working? What brings you here? And how long have you been programming for? Let me know. I love to chat with you guys and talk. I have a Discord also linked below with all my resources. So, what's going on, you guys? How's it going? You guys are great. Okay, operations for updating a linked binary tree. Thus far, we have provided functionality for examining an existing binary tree. However, the constructor for our linked binary tree class results in an empty tree, and we have not provided any means for changing the structure or content of a tree. We chose not to declare update methods as part of the tree or binary tree, abstract base classes, for several reasons. First, although the principle of encapsulation suggests that the outward behaviors of a class need not depend on the internal representation, the efficiency of the operations depends greatly upon the representation. We prefer to have each concrete implementation of a tree class offer the most suitable options for updating a tree. The second reason we do not provide update methods in its base class is that we may not want such update methods to be a part of a public interface. There are many applications of trees and some forms of update operations that are suitable for one application may be unacceptable in another. However, if we place an update method in a base class, any class that inherits from that class will inherit the update method. Consider, for example, the possibility of a method t.replace position an element that replaces the element stored at position p with another element e. Such a general method may be unacceptable in the contents of arithmetic expression tree, see example 8.7 on page 312, because we may want to enforce that later nodes store only operators as elements. Okay, interesting. Okay, for linked binary trees, a reasonable set of update methods to support general usage are the following. Okay. So we'll say like this. For linked binary trees, a reasonable set of update methods to support for general usage are the following. 1. T.add root e. Create a root for an empty tree, storing e as the element, and return the position of that root. An error occurs if the tree is not empty, right? 2. T dot add underscore left. Ooh, we have an extra I here. Janelle Burt, welcome. Hi, I'm prepping to start at WGU for CS degree and taking CS 50P. Awesome, Janelle. You'll please let me know how WG is. I was actually, looking into, a post-bac opportunity, at WGU, using maybe my work's tuition reimbursement program. I was considering that as well, but I also got some feedback to maybe just try to go for the master's degree program at Georgia Tech or something along those lines. So, Janelle, what do you know about the WGU program for CS? How viable is it, and what is your experience with that? I appreciate you being here and let me know. That's awesome. Thanks for following me here. Abdi Jr., I'm heading into my second semester of my freshman year and I'm majoring in CS, but I want to go into cybersecurity aspect. Awesome. Abdi, how's that been going? Like I said, I've been really considering maybe going back to school for and getting an actual degree in this and formalizing it up and just using this current studying I'm doing as prep work for that and really having a leg up and when I go and but let me know what is your experience, right? Oh, I also attend Minnesota Twin Cities. Awesome. That's so cool. Thanks for coming in here. How's your experience been with that? I'm sure there's a lot of other people that would like to know as well. Got a lot of people prepping for college, thinking about it, currently in college, graduated. I've graduated myself already back in 2021. Got an orange here we're going to dive into on stream. Got it at the farmer's market. All right. It's a pretty good one. Mm, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Put it up there. I start in March. I'm actually a return student from the old dev program. WGU has a lot of students go on to the OMS CS Masters. Ah, Janelle, awesome. Well, how is that? I start in March. I actually am a return student from the old dev program. What's the old dev program? What is that? P and E, right? Create a new node storing element E, link the node as the left child of position P, and return the resulting position. An error occurs if P already has a left child. So this is add left. This will create a new node storing element E, linked the node at the left position of position P, and return. So it's going to take element E, make a left node from position P, left child of position P, and return the resulting position. Okay, got you. Hey, Koi, hello, Michael. YouTube suggested your live stream. I am new. I am here. You're gonna see me now for more often. Awesome, dude. That's so cool. I'm so, ecstatic that YouTube suggested you to me, and I'm glad that we get to network here. Feel free to join my Discord link below, where I, compile all my study resources and chat offline, and a bunch of other people also provide their feedback and input. And it's just a more, I guess, what's it called? Not what is it called? More personal? Like I'm not sure exactly. Like where we can chat and stuff offline. I can't remember the word off the top of my head. All right, here we go. Let's keep going. T. Thanks for coming in here. It's awesome to hear from you. How's it going? Tell me your background. What brings you here? What are you learning programming? Are you experienced? Are you a student? What's going on with you? Thanks so much for coming in here, Corey. So add right will create a new node. Here, I'll just copy this guy because it's pretty much the same definition. Create a new node storing element E linked to the right child of position P, and return the result if P already has a right child. Right. We have another one called T.replace P with E. And This gives replace the element stored at position P with element E and return the previously stored element. And then we have 5, T dot delete position P altogether, okay? Remove the node at position P, replacing it with its child, if any, and return the element that had been stored at P. An error occurs if P has 2 children. The old program was called Software Development. WGU now has an accredited CS degree in software engineering. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think that's what I was looking into actually, Janelle. I was considering it maybe starting up here in 2025 and taking advantage of my work's tuition reimbursement. It's not too much, unfortunately, but it is some that would help out. And it just would be another time commitment I'd have to do. So I was considering doing it maybe after getting through like DSA here and joining the program, maybe in the spring or summertime, if anything. But the only thing is, if I do the tuition reimbursement, I have to vest at my current company, and so if opportunities did come along later on, I would just have to stay, and I'm stuck also in like the Bay Area, what that means. So it's also just another pro and con to take into. But yeah, that sounds great. What's your goal with with the degree, and what's your let me know more about that. How's that been? Abdi Jr., I mean, I've only done physics and calc, so I haven't started the meaty stuff yet. The U, in my opinion, is a great school, diverse campus life, and networking opportunities. Um, awesome. That sounds really cool. I'm headed into my second semester, my freshman year, majoring CS. I've only done physics and calc, but I haven't started the meaty stuff yet. What kind of like programming experience do you know? What do you like code in Python very much, Abdi? What kind of I'm very interested about like the actual coding abilities and stuff of what they teach at the university. Thanks for being here and leaving messages. You're awesome. Koi, sure love to contact with you guys. I'm a freshman second semester studying CS major with data science minor. Um, International student. Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah, I have a human bio degree and a minor in chemistry. I work as a formulation chemist. I graduated back in 2021 from Utah State University. Currently at a biotech company as a formulation chemist here in the Bay Area, California. So, yeah, I'm looking to just kind of continue my skills and developing them in computer science, and I have a passion for learning about this. It seems really interesting to me, and yeah, I've just been streaming my progress along the way here. I've been streaming every day for the past, over the past month. So we've got a good, streak going so far. So the attach at position P, T1 and T2 will attach the internal structures of tree T1 and T2 respectively as the left and right subtrees of the leaf positions P. Okay, so it's going to take a leaf position or a childless position P and attach 2 trees to the side of it to create a new like a root at that position technically. So attach the internal structure of trees T1 and T2 respectively as the left and right subtrees of leaf position P of T, and reset T1 and T2 to empty trees. An error condition occurs if P is not a leaf. Interesting. Okay, cool. Make sure that's formatted correctly. That looks pretty good. Nice. Um, Janelle says, I started as a manual QA and ended up doing some API automation. I'm working towards technical production management, but want to work as a software engineer for a few years. Oh, that sounds really interesting. Yeah, I'm just been teaching myself or just trying to gain a new skill, and some friends maybe along the way here with the stream. And so yeah, thanks so much for joining me, you guys, and let me know about you guys. That's awesome. Yeah, 2021. I'm out of the game here. Yeah, Kai. It's nice to meet you. Or Koi, sorry. It's nice to meet you too. Thanks for coming in. What are you guys working on currently? You guys got any projects you guys are working on? If you guys are, enjoying your time with me, feel free also to, throw a like on the stream if you would be so kind. It helps to keep YouTube promoting me. Like, we had, Koi come in here and get filtered in here. So, yeah, appreciate you guys. Okay, let's keep going here. So we got a couple of methods for actually implementing a linked binary tree. So before we had the tree class, which was a which is an abstract base class, all right, an ABC, which by definition is just a more general class used as like a template for structuring classes. The ABC class is really never supposed to have actual items or objects instantiated from it because it kind of lacks methods for fully optimizing those objects and managing them. But it mainly serves as a way to get started with a class for down the line, and having it more of a template. And so we developed a ABC of the tree class, and then we developed another kind of ABC, but it had more of an implementation tailored to trees with the base tree class, the base binary tree class, sorry. And so now we're implementing an actual linked binary tree class that inherits from those classes, that actually has methods for managing these various nodes and their positionings, and removing, replacing, adding, all referencing, all that kind of, rather than just referencing the positions as a whole. So we have specifically chosen this collection of operations because each can be implemented in O(1) worst case running time with our linked representation. The most complex of these are the delete and attach due to the case analyzing involving the various parent-child relationships and boundary conditions. Yet, there remains only a constant number of operations to perform. The implementation of both methods could be greatly simplified if we used a tree representation with a sentinel node, akin to our treatment of positional lists. So hold on. So this says the most complex of these are the delete and attach due to the case analysis involving the various parent-child relationships and boundary conditions. Yet there remains only a constant number of operations to perform. The implementation of both methods could be greatly simplified if we used a tree representation with a sentinel node. Okay. To avoid the problem of undesired update methods being inherited by subclasses of a linked binary tree, we have chosen an implementation in which none of the above methods are publicly supported. Instead, we provide non-public versions for each, for example, providing the underscore delete in lieu of a public delete. Our implementations of these 6 update methods are provided in code fragments 8.10 and 8.11. In particular, applications, subclasses of linked binary tree can invoke the non-public methods internally while preserving a public interface that is appropriate for the application. A subclass may also choose to wrap one or more of the non-public update methods with a public method to expose it to the user. We leave as an exercise R815 the task of defining a mutable linked binary tree subclass that provides public methods wrapping each of these 6 update methods. Okay, interesting. Okay, so now we actually have the code for what a linked binary tree would look like. So we take in the binary tree ABC, right, to create a linked binary tree. It wraps over a node class, right, which just has this dunder slots to initialize in memory these 4 attributes. An element itself, right, the parent reference or pointer, the left pointer, and the right pointer. When we initialize the node, the element is initialized initially with a parent of none, left of none, and a right of none. and those just get automatically assigned. All right, cool. We have a position class, and right, which takes in the binary tree dot position. So when we initialize this, we have a container and a node. And then inside of it, we have an element, which is the self.__underscore element. Reference to this guy here, right, which is inside of the container itself, or the position. And then, got you. Then you have an equalize method where you can set it equal to, if one node is equal to another at a certain position. A validate. Okay, cool. Let's keep going here. Really long class here. All right. To summarize, performance of the linked binary tree implementation. To summarize the efficiencies of the linked structure representation, we analyze the running times of the linked binary tree methods, including derived methods that are inherited from the tree in binary tree classes. The length method implemented in linked binary tree uses an instance variable storing the number of nodes as t and takes O of one time. What happened there? Why did it do that? Why did it just highlight? What just happened? Why is it doing that? What just happened? Weird. Okay. Okay. The accessor method, root, left, right, parent, and num children are implemented directly in the linked binary tree and take a constant time. The sibling and children methods are derived in binary tree based on constant number of calls to these accessors, and so they take this as well. Okay, something is going on here. It does not like when I highlight for more than one line here. What is going on? Huh. Okay, it's just showing the running times of these. Array-based representation of a binary tree. An alternative representation of a binary tree T is based on the way of numbering the positions of T. For every position in P of T, let f of P be an integer defined as follows. If P is the root, then f of P is 0. If P is the left child of position Q, then f of P equals 2 times f of Q plus 1. If P is the left child of Q, then 2 times f of Q plus 1 plus 2 is the right. Okay. The numbering the functions f, known as leveling numbers. Okay, I think we'll stop here. We'll stop here. This has been it's getting real dense here really quick, so we got to take this in chunks. We'll stop here on our reading for right now. This chapter is pretty long too. I'm right now learning Java for my personal project. I'm also a beginner, need to learn so much. Yeah, me too, right? I have an idea of building my first personal project where a stranger will come chat with login. First kind of far right now, but let's see if it's my dream project because I love talking to a stranger. People want to build this. Let's see where it goes. Oh, that sounds awesome. That sounds great. I like how passionate you are about it. You have to join the Discord and let us know in the project showcase when you're done and show it off to everybody. Okay. All right. What I kind of want to do is I kind of want to do some Leet code problems. I know, right? Leet code could be fun. Just some beginner ones to get some practice here. leetcode.com. I thought I already have an account. Oh, there went my browser. Where'd it go? It's gone again now. There we go. Sign in. Can we do dark mode? Dark mode on this? It's really bright. Count. Basic info. No. Privacy. Can we do dark mode? Where's dark mode? Basic info. No. Points. No. On the home page. Nice talking to you. I'll be here to. No, I appreciate you coming in, Koi. It's awesome to hear from you. At what point did you start doing Leet code after jumping in? This is well, Aldotronics. This is our first jump in here. I've done one Leet code problem independently on my own, so this is our thing here. So here we go. Let's see here. How do we get dark mode on this thing? Anybody know? Let's see here. Problems. How do we work this? We're figuring this out together here, Aldotronics. Thanks for being here. Okay. Let's do a couple of practice problems here. Let's see if we can do it. Work through them as warm up or whatever. What do we do here? Difficulty easy. What does this status mean? To some. Hey, so lock-in. Welcome. Be a true coder. Bro is a true coder, now he's on Leet code. I live on Leet code like people live on TikTok. Oh gosh. Alright, well we'll have to get some practice together here, Wing Hong. Let's try it here. Is two sum the first problem? Is this the first problem here? Oh gosh, Python 3. Kind of nervous. What are we getting ourselves into here? Okay. Given an array of integers, nums, and an integer target, return indices of two numbers such that they add up to target. You may assume that each input would have actually one solution, and you may not use the same element twice. You can return the answer in any order. Okay, so example 1, input nums equals 2, 7, 11, and 15. Target is 9. So you'd have to output the indice positions of the values that would add up to that target. Okay. Interesting. 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 First time, kind of nervous. Yeah, I am nervous. So Locken, I'm not sure. I think YouTube deletes some messages like through its filtering process, so I apologize if it did. You'll have to try again. Okay, so we need to basically we have an array of integers and we have a target given. So let me make this a little bit bigger. Can I zoom in here? Yeah. Okay. I'm sweating, bro. I'm sweating. Yeah, bro is sweating. I am. I don't know why this leak code stuff makes me nervous. Just chill, just chill. Okay, so we have um a an array of integers, and we have to basically iterate through them to figure out at what value is if it equals to the target. So now we have to do this quickly. That's the thing. Is leak code is all about like efficiency with their like answers, right? So can you come up with an algorithm that is less than O of n squared time complexity? Yeah. So my initial thought was, well, I mean, we can. My initial thought was, yeah, we can have like some array of integers, right? Of like 2, 4, oh gosh, 5, 6, right? We can have some array of integers, and we can have initial pointer of like initial counter x. It'll start at the first position, and then we have y that will go through and stop at each position and evaluate if y plus x is equal to the target, then return that value. But that would require iterating through once, and in worst case, iterating through twice, with the x pointer being an O of n squared running time. Hmm. So, I mean, that's the one that comes to the top of my head, but that doesn't meet this follow up. Um, account. My other account is entirely muted by YouTube because it was against. Oh god. The only thing I learned to draw drawings for every problem. Oh, gotcha. 80% of the time is drawing the problem on pen and paper. You're getting the coding interview experience, right? Okay. So that's my first approach. What do you guys think? What would your guys' approach be for, you can have two pointers or two okay. So we have a value of nums, which is a list and a target integer, and we return a list of integers as well. So we say, um, we could say, while um, I is less than the range length of nums. So while I is less than the range length of the numbers, so that will give us access to each index value within. So if numbers is 5 numbers long, then I will go from 0 to 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, accessing each index value. So this is technically our x counter, right? So while in the range of nums, we need to then say so while the is less than the range of length of nums. Um, double for loop would be O of n squared. Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying. I guess I'm first attempting to maybe solve it in the slower method first, and then we can try to optimize it further from there. Um, so while we want to evaluate. Well, we need, so I would be our first counter, and we would say, oh boy. So this would give us, so if we have a whiteboard, let's go back to our whiteboard here. So this is our array. We have a counter I, right? I is going to start here at index point 0, and then go to 1, then go to 2, then go to 3. So we can say nums of I equal to nums at position 1 and then wow. Oh boy, what do we get ourselves into here? Um, so I equals 0, 1, 2, and 3, right? If that's the case, right? If I 0, 1, 2, 3, well, at this point we would want to evaluate, well, is I at 0? Is A at index I equal to A at index I here? But we don't want to use index I twice. We want to say index 0 here. We want to say 0 here. So could we say I minus, because we need a second counter. We need J. Well, which is going to be, if I is 2, J would still need to be, so if we have another counter J, right, we need J. J is going to be here. So J is going to be here. Right, but so what do we need to, how do we write J out? So while the index, so while we get every index value, if, and then while J is less than I, while J is less than I, less than or equal to I, if index I, but no, because we need to declare what what range J is over though. Let's see here. We got some chats. Um, Let that sink in. Yeah, Don, this is Lico. Welcome in. We're trying to solve this easy problem here, but we're struggling through here. So while I is less than the range length of numbers, so this is going to gather every index value up until the last point in our array of numbers. We then need to establish another counter or another loop for increasing the value of a counter j on every iteration. So what do we need to say here? J is equal to 0. Do we initially say j is equal to 0? And then say if nums at index value I is equal to nums at index value j, right, return num at index value j. Else, right, else we're going to say j plus equals to 1. But we don't want to we want to increase j after we search every value at that first indices. So it'd have to be like this outside. J has to get increased after the entire loop through initially of I. Hey Mahan, yes, we'll need your help here for sure. We are trying to solve this one. So I know that this one is we're not solving this the most efficient way here, but we need to loop through somehow with j. So while I is less than or equal to the range length of numbers, so our first value is going to be 0, 1, 2. Else, but we need to set I initially equal to 0 as well, right? I has to be set to 0. And so this would have to actually, so if I is equal to if numbers at index value of I, so the first one would be 0, is equal to nums at index value j equals 0, return the value of index number of I, of j. Else we need to increase I plus 1, right? I equals plus equals 1, right? But we need to handle this within some sort of loop for j. J needs to also increase while j while j is less than I, less than or equal to I. Like that. So While I is less than some range length of the numbers, so this is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 for an array of 5 numbers. 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. So while j is less than or equal to I, do this evaluation. I is going to increase each time so that would be true. It will do this. I will increase up until this is met. No, because this will never become true. Hey, Christy, welcome in. Awesome. We got a lot of chats here. You guys are awesome. Hold on. Uh, Seems like Leet code is everything for getting a job nowadays. Yes, I learned a lot of Python and web dev for the extra math helps. Hey, Victory Hero, welcome in. Adon, welcome in. How's it going, you guys? Um, Seems like Leet code is everything. I've also heard that. Wait, how do you know? Tell me your words per minute. I don't know my words per minute. Should I keep? Should I help? Yeah, Naman, right? Like this stream, we got 24 people and only 7 likes. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying your time with me here and doing this problem solving, go ahead and give the stream a like so we can get some more people in here and it really helps support. It's awesome, you guys. Thank you for being here. Awesome. Okay, so this is not. We need a different condition here. So what condition needs to be met? So while I is going to be increased from 0 to the 1 minus pretty much n, right? So, or n minus 1, right? So while um, so this one return j um, if the number at I is equal to nums at j, we want to return 0 and 1, return I, j, like that, a list of I and j. So if, okay, continue. So while, what is our second condition here? So if I is increasing 1, 2, 3 to 1, 0, 1, 2, and 3. I is less than. What is TLE? I'm not sure what TLE means. So we need to. It's not a good sign getting tripped up on the first one here. It's not a good sign. Time limit exceeded. Time limit exceeded. So I can't check. So this was my original idea, was we have some array A, right? We have some numbers, right, of 3, 2, 6, right, like that, right? We have I is equal to 0, 1, 2. I is going to first start at 0 and loop through the range length of numbers. So numbers is going to be 3, we're going to 0, 1, and 2. So it'll iterate through these values. We can check, right, if the number at index I is equal to index j, return that value. So this will just, what we have here, right, what we have here, or do we want to print this? Right. What we have here will just search for the first value of j. So we need to then wrap this, I guess, in a loop saying while j is less than while j is less than the range length of so I will get updated to 1. After that loop, j will get updated to 1, and the loop will run again. I will get set back. Um, yeah, no, you're all good, Aiden. We're doing that right now. Your idea looks good, great, and correct. The hardest part of drawing it out is explicitly clear, walking down number by number, explicitly clear. Yeah, so Mahan, I'm trying. I know that we have this condition here. I'm trying to solve it just simply with brute force first, looking through every number, and then I'll try to optimize it from there. But 10 to the power of 4 numbers right away, you know it's n squared, so it's too much. You should be in log n or n. For small inputs, rather. So now we just need to figure out a condition. That's what I'm getting tripped up on, is when is to move j up and reset I to 0. So while j, what does j have to be? Less than because if we're starting j, I is 0 going through and then starting back over, j will just have to be the range length of self of numbers, right? And then you like that. Okay, so this will move j through every value. This will also move I through every value, but we need to set I equal to 0 here So when this loop breaks and is started back up again via this loop, the I gets set back to 0. So we can remove that there. So I gets set to 0 in this loop while we increase I so we want to, this is not the condition we want. We want to say if nums I plus nums j is equal to target, right, then return, it wants us to return these values here, right? A list of index I and j, else increase I by 1 and continue the loop forward. Let's get caught up on chat here. Would you consider for I in range first? You don't have to worry about the incrementing yourself. Would you consider for I in range first so you don't have to worry about incrementing yourself? Not sure. Yeah, I had the wrong condition in there, Mahon. I was just, yeah, we got it. Okay, so what about this? So we initially set j equal to 0. We then say while j is less than the range length of numbers, we set I equal to 0, while I is less than the range length of numbers if numbers at index I plus numbers at index j, so in this first case, it'll be 0, is equal to the target, then return that. So we don't want to do this one, though, because we can't use the same number twice. So we wouldn't even want to care about accessing the value repeating itself. So I would have to be the next value here of 1. So while I is less than or equal to one or range of 1 to the length of nums right? So length of nums is going to be 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Length of nums is 3. Length of nums minus 1. I is equal to 0 in the Okay, so you want to change it to for loops instead of whiles. So we initially set I to 1. While I is less than or equal to the range of the length of targets minus 1, length of numbers minus 1. So if our initial list is 3, so we 1 to 2. Excluding the value. No. So we 1 to 2. So we can say for I in range so the range is 1 to the length of the numbers. So if the length of our numbers list array is 3, right? The length of our numbers array is 3. It's going to start at 1 and go to the length of numbers minus 1. So length of numbers 3. So we need to go to just the length of numbers rather. We don't want to go to minus 1 because that would have us stop at this position and not move. We'd start here and stop and not move because 2 is not included in the range function, which would be the numbers minus 1. So while j is less than the range of the length of the numbers, I is equal to 1. For I in the range I guess we don't even need this 1 starting place then. If we say it starts at 1 right here, and I guess you wouldn't even need this. We could say for j in range length of numbers 0 to 5, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we could remove this, right, like so. What do you guys think about this? No, Mahan, man, we just started on this. Just chill out, it's all right. We're just working on it. It's not a big deal. Hey, man, I came across your channel a few weeks ago, and I just want to say that you've been doing great learning how to code. Thank you, Mateo Perez. You're awesome. I appreciate you coming in and supporting me. How are you doing? What's brings you in, and what are you working on in your studying? Micah, welcome. I appreciate you coming in. Are you familiar with the 2 pointers technique? No, not familiar. Could you maybe explain? I appreciate you. Like 2 pointers technique, as in like we're traveling with 2 indices and variables. You mean, or I'm not exactly sure. Thanks for me leaving a message though. You can optimize this by starting I from j plus 1 because anything before this already checked, right? No need to change I because range will do it for you. Yeah, range will do it for us, right? We automatically do that with range. So for j in the range and for I in the range length of 1 to the length of numbers, so j is going to be 0 here. So I will be 1 to So j plus, so j will be 0, the numbers minus j. All right, let's see here. I think this will work, maybe. Let's try it. Haha, let's go. Now it's not very fast, right? It's O of n squared, but it does work. So I am proud that we were able to get this, within like, what do we, like a, you know, 20, 30 minutes of just, have we really been working on this that long? Let me see. How long have we been working on this problem for? Let me check. Um, yeah, about a half hour, I guess. Dang. These time flies when you're having fun, guys. Woo! All right, we got accepted. That's so cool. Okay, so what I think was really neat that we were able, I'm proud that we were able to pick up on is right in the middle of processing and working this out. Now, I really don't care about if I'm moving fast or not. I'm not in a job interview. I don't have, you guys aren't interviewing me. So I don't care about moving fast. I don't care if this takes us an hour per problem because what I really care about is if I'm understanding material. And so, and that's what you guys should care about as well. So don't fret if things take you a long time to figure out. Fret if you're not getting the material and if you're still not getting it, still not getting it, still not getting it. But that's what you should be worried about. It's not the amount of time being spent. The time is just a byproduct of what you have to put into it for your investment, right? Um, if you submit, there's one case you get wrong. We got all three cases right, my friend. Think about my endpoints. So we're going to the range length of numbers. So this would be 0 to the length of numbers, which would be 5 exclusive if we have 5 values in our array. Let's say that our array is A equals to some array of 0 or 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, right? Like so. So it would be 0, the length is 5. So it would be 0 to 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if my length is 5, hold on, let's go 5, 2, 2, 1, 3, 4, 7. Just random numbers, right? So if we go, length of this is 5. Range would be 0 to 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this would have to be range length plus 1 here. Like that. We still pass. And then this would be 1 to length of numbers, which is 5. So 0, 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. So this would have to be to also length of numbers plus 1, like so. Will that still work? No. So it just have to still, why, so it's just this one then. One to the length of numbers, so length of numbers is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 excluded. Oh, I'm sorry. This is 6 length of. I'm being. Yeah. I'm counting wrong. This is a length of 6, not 5. Let me do my thing here. So length of 5 here, rather. Sorry. Add an extra number. So this is 5. Starts on length 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this would go back to this. And then 0, 1, to length of 5, 2, 3, 4. So we would need to include the check on the 4th. So length of numbers is 5. So this would go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it would get bumped up to 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4. All right. Oh, what is it doing here? Okay. Oh, whoops. That was submit, not run. My bad. Okay. So this got accepted. Submissions, solutions, description. How do you bring this out? Okay, like that. Okay. Um, Mateo says, I'm a software developer and believe when I say that Leet code exercises seem, quote, easy to solve, but most of them are harder than it seems. Having said that, Leet code is perfect to practice and learn. Awesome, Mateo. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you for that. Submit up there, not run. Only checks the examples in a question. If you click the green button, there are more tests that need to pass to be accepted. Oh, okay. Hey, Elas Dominguez, welcome in. How you doing? Oh, it doesn't show the answer. All right, so okay, so it doesn't like our case of when I and J are equal to each other. Okay, so if that's the case, let's see here. So what's going on here? So J is starting at 0, I is starting at 1. It's going through. I goes and then through. Okay, so J is getting up to 1. So we don't want to start at 1. We want to start at J plus 1. Right? So J is going to be 0. We're going to start at 1. We're starting 1 ahead of J every single time, rather than on J when we go past that first loop. So I run this. We get accepted. Now if I submit, oh, let's go. Nice. I'm really proud that we were able to debug that so quickly. We were able to just kind of figure out, see the answer that it was saying, okay, it didn't like that it was pulling in the same index value, and then realize that we can't start at one. We need to start one further than J. So that accepted. Nice. Mahan, man, I'm telling you, we got it right. I don't know what you're saying, man. Celebratory orange. Here's your guys' orange. Here's one for you. We go to something a lot to learn new concepts and sometimes thinking out of the box. I also learned new important patterns. Oh, awesome, Mateo. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to learn too. I'm sure we could use your help here with through some of these problems. My code runs on my PC, but not in Leet code. Good, thanks. Are you working on your project or data structures? We're working on just practice problems right now, just for fun, and then we'll jump into some coding a little bit later. I wanted to take a stab at some Leet code problems here to get some practice with DSA and stuff that we've been learning in the book. Awesome. Cool. So we were able to solve this one. Now, this isn't the perfect answer, right? This isn't the fastest answer. So let's think about this. Hmm. Well, I mean, I think the problem with this solution is that you sometimes can evaluate conditions that have already been evaluated, right? Now, the thing is, this one you got accidentally. You know what the problem is? You check the last one twice. You have the case that I and J are equal in the last element, but it should be I is always less than J. Is the last element. So if J becomes the last element, right? The fourth index value. I will start at the fifth index value for I in the range of J plus 1, which will be the fifth index, which isn't there. So rather than starting at J plus 1, 0 to 4, I will go from J plus 1 to hmm. Since you said J plus 1, that will fix it because J plus 1 will be N in your last case, and N length N will give you 0, so you won't check it twice. range n, and it won't start the for loop. Yeah, so that check won't take place. So this is technically correct then, right? It won't evaluate that last condition because this is n and this will be length n as well. So this will be 5, then this will be 5 as well. And so this will never be met when you reach this point of the last check, and it'll exit out with none. It won't even enter into this, right? So then we need to establish a solution that runs in O of n time. So one iteration through. So is there an array of integers So my question is, range length of numbers minus 1. Range length of numbers minus 1 for I. Range length of numbers would be 5. Minus 1 would be 4. So 0 to 4. So it'd start on 0. But then that would mean J would start on 0, and so would I. We don't want to evaluate that condition. Starting from 1 to the length of numbers minus 1. So this would be 5, 4. So 1 to 4, 1, 0, 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Not evaluating this condition. No, see, that doesn't evaluate the last condition. Length of numbers minus 1, how about here? So if we were to do this one, this would be 0 to 4. So 0, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3. You wouldn't evaluate this one because J would be this one initially, right? J plus 1 to the length of numbers. Length of numbers is 5. J is 3 in this case. J plus 1 would be 4. That would work, I think. Yeah. So if I submit that. Yeah. Yeah, so we had to reduce this. If I is starting one place higher than J, well then J needs to go one place lower than the length of numbers because on the last evaluation, we don't want to evaluate. It'll go one step further than it needs to, really. We want it to stop here. I will equal this value here of 4, right? Which would be 4 to 5. It'll come on the index value 4, and then do that evaluation. Hey Tim, how's it going? Welcome in. Cool. All right, so how could we go about changing this to, you know, hmm, O of n running time? So if you start on a value of 3, I mean, can we treat this as like a stack or something maybe? Or so if you pop something out, save it into like a set or something. Hmm. So what can we, if you have an array of 3 numbers and you want to check to see, how could you easily, if you pull a number out, save it, are we assuming that the array has no duplicates? Like there isn't like a 3 here at the end, or like there's no duplicates, so you wouldn't have to do double evaluations. But I don't think that would really matter that much, like in terms of impacting the running time too much. Hey on dat, appreciate you for coming in. How long have you been programming for? I've been about a year and a half, I mean, just about half a year, 6, 7 months now. Yeah, I guess, as Wing Hong said. Thanks so much, Wing Hong. Hmm. So, I mean, you could take a value, evaluate it if it's already been in a, it's already been selected before. Like that will maybe reduce some load time if you have duplicates, but it doesn't really mention anything about duplicates in the prompt. So what would there be? We got a brute force method here. So in this method, we say for j in the range of the length of numbers minus 1. So in this case, I have an array of length 5. So in the range of 4. So 0 to 4 will capture indices 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, all values in the array. We will then say for I in the range of j plus 1, so we'll start 1 higher than j every single time up through the length of the numbers. So length of numbers is 5. We're going to j plus 1. So in the first instance, we're starting at j0, and I is j plus 1, so it's 2. And then it's going all the way through 5. So we're capturing indices 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I in range of j to 5. 5 is not included. So in this case, it'd be 0 plus 1 would be 1 to 5, 2 to 5, 3 to 5, 4 to 5, and stop. But I is going to be 4. So rather than be j plus 1, would it be range of j plus 1 We've changed j plus 1 to 1. And run that. That passed as well. J's going to start at 0. Submit that. What does that run out? That failed, Wing Hong. Because you're evaluating the same condition twice. You're giving the index value of 5, 5, 1. So you have to start one higher than J. So if you want to start at 1, in the length of numbers, 1 to 5, yeah, j plus 1, like I said originally. Right, you can't call. Yeah, you'd have to do a check, and if it is, you can't do it. But is that any better, really? J plus 1 will go from, so if we start at 0 to 4, our options are for J are 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, which will access all of these values in this array. I'm just going to put hashtags here for placeholders so that they don't even matter. So start at place 0. Whoa, what the heck? Two. All right, so we have that. For J, in the range length of numbers minus 1. For I, so this will go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. With the 4 not included. So 1, 2, 3. So the range is only going to capture these values here in our J. J will only be 0, 1, 2, or 3. I will be J plus 1 to the length of numbers. So length of numbers is 5. 4 to 5 in the last condition. So that's perfect. That's what we need. Because this will evaluate. And then when J goes up to 5, this loop does not become, this loop stops right there. No, it's all right. I don't want any spoilers or nothing. I'm fine. I like, it's all right. Thank you, though. Okay, cool. So now, how could we solve this? But I'm not going to spend too much more time on this one. I mean, we can think about it more and try to optimize it later, but how can we solve this one within O of n time in one single pass through of n values in the array? If we take a value from the array, so that means that you have to do the evaluation as you go down through the iteration. So you have to iterate once and do the evaluation at each step in the iteration. Now, how can you cover all of your bases? I mean, if you can detect if the number is a duplicate, you don't need to do an evaluation on that one. So, I mean, if you have a target value and you're on a value, all you would need to know is the difference between the two values. And if the next value or the preceding value, I guess you don't need to know the preceding value because it maybe already is checked in the previous condition if you're checking the next. So check if the next value, but that would require that the next value be that the two numbers in the array have to be tangent to one another to evaluate that condition. Um, you should have one loop, of course, but that will be walking through the list, so you can't optimize. But the problem is the second one when you're checking the multi. That's why I'm saying make it from 1, because now it's hard to see j plus 1. Um, so if you have a target, let's say your target is 8, right? You would start on this value if target minus 3 is equal to 5. So we would have to find a value that is 5, right? I mean, you would have to then iterate through and check every value from then on. If it's 5, return that value. I mean, that would give you O of n minus whatever j minus n whatever time. So that technique that's not any, but so without looping twice is the question. If I start on 3 at index 0, I do a constant operation to calculate the difference between the target and that position. I then need to find a value in the array that is equal to this difference. And if I've already been on a value, I can save that value like kind of like a linked list almost, like it has a pointer, like it has a previous and a pointer. Is this like a linked list problem? Is this a linked list problem? So you have a previous and you have two pointers that go back and forth. And we can reference either pointer. Think about your data structures. Oh, I think I'm getting there. I think I'm right. No, not linked list. Not linked list. A doubly linked list? Not singly linked. Not linked list. Come on. What is it? Not linked list. What are our data structures we've learned so far? We've got another data. I mean, we haven't learned about hashes and stuff yet, like hash maps, if that's what it's about. I mean, if that's what it's about is hashes. If you want me to put the 3 value in a set, you want me to pop it off? Or is a set a hash or is it a tuple a hash? I can't remember. I get them confused. We haven't gotten there in the book yet. So, but I don't know. So we've got. I mean, I can use it'd be a dictionary because it would have to be a set, right? Have a key. Um, yeah, we haven't. Oh, hash map. Okay, so it is hash map. Okay, yeah, we haven't gotten a hash map, you guys. We have not gotten there. But we know dictionaries, yes. Exactly as I said, yeah. So, okay, it's not a linked list problem. So we're going to start on I equals 0. We're going to pop that number, right, from the array and save it in a set. A set has no duplicates. Yes. So meaning oh, so I think I'm where there's a disconnect from is that I think our disconnect is I'm not fully understanding what sets are and because I haven't learned them yet. So my question is that when you have a set, you don't iterate through value by value. Like if we have a set here of 3, 1, 7, 9, right? This is our set. We don't iterate value by value, right? We instead just pull the value directly from the memory space, right? Or do you iterate through sets? That would cause another. So I mean, let's think here. We can say so we have some empty scene vowels is equal to some set, right? You guys are hyping me up here. We're not there. We're almost there. We're getting there. Um, so we've seen values. So for I in range length of some or nums, so 0 to 5. We're going to take nums nums at index value I. We're going to pop this number off and save it. No. Go scene vals dot add nums at I. Right. Or sorry, scene values is an empty dictionary, rather. For I in the range length numbers of self, we are going to call scene values. We're going to set the key of scene values equal to nums at index I, right? Okay, so that will can we pop it? Wait, if we pop it, no. Right, if we pop it and actually remove it from the array, that would leave us with I0 no, so right, so we're going to save the value of numbers as the scene value key. So we are physically setting the number at the nums value at that indice as the key for scene values. If nums at index I not in scene values. But this will like do an iteration though. So the thing is this is going to, no matter what, set a key. But by the nature of dictionaries, will that key just be passed over if it's a duplicate key? So for I in the range length of numbers, if the number is an index value I, not in seen values, what is the value? So if the number, so if the number at that various index is, it wouldn't be not in seen values. It's not like a list, like, but what is the value? You guys are funny. So we have, right, so we can save the key, but we need to also save a value here, right? Yeah. But what would the value be? I. The value is I. We need to save the index. I think, yeah, okay. I think the value is I because we need to save the index value to be able to pull that key, that value back from that associated key. Right? So we're just converting an array of unknown size with integers into a dictionary where the keys are the values of the array spaces, positions, and the value of each key is the indexes of each array space. Yeah, so now I don't think we need to do this though, because the hash map or the dictionary cannot have repeated key values. It will override that key value with that one. So okay, so then we set it to I and then say we need a condition now. We need to check if, so we'll have difference is equal to target minus nums at position I, right? If difference in seen values, return I and seen values difference like that. So we have a seen values dictionary. For every index value in the range length of the numbers array, we're going to save in the seen values dictionary the key value of the actual number at that index point, and the value of that key is going to be the index. We take a difference, which is equal to the target minus the numbers at index I. If the difference is in the seen values dictionary, then return I and the seen values difference value. All right, let's see here. Oh, target 6, output 0, 0. Okay, so now we need to do a check for the number cannot be the same, right? So if difference in seen values so then we'll say if difference not equal to nums at index I, then do the following. Oh, we got two cases now. So now when there is none, when numbers is 3 and 3, target is equal to 6, output should be expected 0 and 1. So this would be difference, not the difference at numbers index value. Right, because this is directly looking at if the numbers at index value I are right, so they can be equal. This is for duplicates. So we do need to save the duplicates. So we need to do the index value. So if seen values at value of difference does not equal to index value of I, then go ahead and do that. So I would equal to 0. Seen values difference. Right, if I run this. Ah, no. Oh, seen vowels. Whoops, sorry. Dang it. So if the seen values difference index value is equal to this point at the I index value, or not equal to, if seen values at this difference So seen values, nums goes in I. If the seen values difference, so this is 3 or whatever, index value, it's not equal to I, right now your map only has a key. You want them paired with a value. So my key is being paired with a value here. We're then creating a new variable called difference, which is our target minus the value we're currently on in our array. If seen value at this difference does not equal, oh, we're really close, I feel like. So if the seen value if we go into the seen values dictionary, find a key that is the difference, and this does not equal the value associated with this does not equal I, so hold on, actually we need to say if difference in seen values first, right? And if the seen values difference does not equal to the I, return that value there. I'm not sure if this will work, but it might work here. So if the difference, oh, I'm spelling it wrong, that's why. Wrong answer, no. Nums is 3 and 3, target is 6. It should return 0 and 1. You are checking, oh no. Okay, so we're close. We're not getting this checking going on. So what is going on here is saying we're taking a difference. Check it before adding items. So if the difference in seen values, so we're going to take the difference first. if the difference is taken first, if the difference is in seen values, go ahead and hey, Godwin. Hey, bud, did you complete CS50P and do you feel it was solid base for beginners to learn Python? Yeah, Godwin, for sure. Um, I paired CS50P with Python Crash Course. This book right here. I highly, highly recommend taking a look at this book, Python Crash Course, um, which it will help to solidify and fill in the gaps for all of the things that aren't really covered in the CS50P for beginners. This book really helps to break things down by examples. So pair this with CS50P. I have a copy of this in my Discord, link below, Godwin. So join my Discord completely free, get access to all my resources, and join us on our journey here. It's awesome that you're here. Appreciate you joining. Thanks so much for coming. So if the difference is not in the seen values, if the difference is in the Racine values, we don't need this. If the difference is in the scene values, we'll return I and the value of the difference. Else, we'll add it to it and move and continue on. Oh! Let's go! All right, let's try to submit this. Oh! There we go. Celebratory orange for you. Celebratory orange. So, we take a difference at this point. If the difference at this point is in the hash map, we can just return the index value that we're currently on and the index value of that value and the difference in the hash map. Else, we're going to save the difference we're going to save the current value we're on. Wing Hong, you are Wing Hong be really supporting me. Wing Hong, you are so nice. Thank you. Thank you, Gridwave Studios and Mahan. Thank you guys so much. Wing Hong, Hassan, Hysterical Mafia. Thank you guys so much for helping me out with this one. Solakin, Roith, thank you so much. Mateo, John. Yeah, you guys are on that. Thank you guys so much for helping me out with this one here. So, right, I was just about to say that, Mahan, is that we don't actually need difference here. Or now delete difference because it's not needed and uses extra memory. So get rid of difference. Put target minus nums here. In a like this. Right? If the target minus nums, and then return scene value at index I gotta put this here as well. Like that. So if the target minus nums is in scene values, return I in scene values diff is not initialized, which is why that's why you should. What's diff? $19 megabytes. So it doesn't really matter. Is when you get down to these levels, is this just based on like hardware performance? Like when you get down to this minuscule of adjustments, is this just based on like at the end of the day hardware limitations? Don't worry too much about that. It's essentially just an extra one space, but you don't need it anyway. Yeah. And internet connectivity for Leet code. Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool. Really nice. Really cool, really cool. Awesome. So that was really interesting. So keep in mind if you need to access, data points, and you can. I didn't think about this, but you can save, the values of variables as keys, and save the values of those now keys as the indexes of their once, established array. So you can take an array and pretty much reformat it to be a dictionary of key values. So you can just rotate the array into a key value dictionary almost. It looks nicer this way. In terms of readability, I think, in my opinion, for being a beginner problem, I think that having the difference variable and putting it here is a little bit more readable. But I know this obviously is just probably more optimized. Two two three nine. Find closest number to 0. Is that a problem? That's way ahead of us. We're only on problem like one here. Problems. Easy. Status. Oh, we solved it. What does this mean? Is this like a problem of the day? I vote valid parentheses. What do you mean grid? Sorry, what do you mean grid wave valid parentheses? If you guys are enjoying this stream, please give it a thumbs up. Really helps to keep you know really helps to keep YouTube pushing our videos forward and suggesting to you guys. We have a lot of new members joining every day, so I'm really grateful for that. You guys are awesome joining me here. The backbone of this stream. You guys are awesome. So I know that there's that leak code 151 or whatever, 151 Pokemon in the Pokedex. All right, sweet. We got to some. Feels good about that one. All right. Is there a problem that we should do next here? One that's not going to maybe be too difficult? I don't think you guys want to see me, struggle too bad if you guys are nice to me. Or should we move on here? We've been streaming for about 2.5 hours. Should we move on to working on our small business manager project? Or we still need to go back and complete all of the chapter 7 reinforcement problems on linked lists, right? So let me go back here. We're on 8. Jeez. So we're on 8, and we have 9, 10, 11, we have up to 23. So we got quite a few of these bad boys. Oh, jeez. LS Dominguez, you need to create some shorts too for the channel. Yeah, I clipped a couple of my reactions for when I solved problems, and I remixed them using the YouTube remix into shorts, and they've actually been doing pretty well on the channel and bringing in some people and stuff. So if you want to see those shorts, go check them out on the channel. They are just my reactions to solving some of the problems, and they're pretty cool that way. But yeah, so if you guys, clip down if you guys find a part in the stream that you think is funny or whatever, and you guys clip it, I think that shows in my overall clips or whatever, and then I can remix them into shorts and stuff. So, yeah. You shouldn't go in order. I use this. Gridwave, if you posted a link, I don't think links are allowed in the chat, unfortunately, per YouTube's guidelines. So if you use a link, you'll have to post it in the Discord, and let me know if you posted something in there. You need to create some short. Yeah. Okay, we'll go. We'll try that one, Mahan. 2239. Find the closest number to 0. Okay. All right. No, I appreciate you guys suggesting problems. You guys are great. Everybody, you guys are awesome. All right, let's take a stab at this one real quick. 2239. Find the closest number to 0. Given an array or integer array numbers of size n, return the number with the value closest to 0 in nums. If there are multiple answers, return the answer with the largest value. If there are multiple answers, return the number with the largest value. Okay, so closest to 0 would be 1 in that case. Oh, okay, return the largest value of the, okay, so the absolute value. Okay. So the first thing that comes to my mind with this one is similar to the last problem. Like, should we not just loop through every integer value in the array, save unique values in a hash map, and evaluate the value in the hash map at each step in the iteration, the distance from zero? So maybe instead we return the number. So we're not going to return the array. So let's save the value in the hash map as um, the array value, the key as the array value, and then the value itself as the distance let's save the key value as the distance and the value as the actual array element, right? That's my idea. Grid wave. Yeah, I got you. You said reinforcement linked list problems. That's why I gave you that cycle problem. Yeah, we need to in our data structures and algorithms book we have a couple more chapters. The previous chapter, chapter 7, linked list problems to complete. We have moved on a little too quick here. Okay, so let's say for I in the range length of nums, right? Um, we're going to say if the distance from zero so if the if value we're currently at, so nums index I, so the value that we're currently on in the array we have to check every single value, right? That's the thing. Like Mohan said, is every value has to be checked. So this runs in worst case O of n because you have to evaluate every single value in the array. So for every value, we're going to add the value distance to 0 is equal to well, the distance to 0 would just be the absolute value of that, right? Well, if it's negative, the distance to 0 would be absolute value. So it would say if nums at index value I is less than 0, the distance to 0 is going to be absolute value of nums at index I, right? The absolute value of nums at index I. Else, the distance to 0 is equal to nums at index I times -1, right? So that's the distance to 0. I'm going to set a closest equals none right, variable to house closest. So we need to initially save if length nums greater than 0, less than 0, or equal to 0. If length nums is equal to 0, we are going to hold on, I'm getting lost here. So we have a value. We're going to iterate through every index value in the array. If the number at that index value is less than 0, the distance to 0 is absolute value of numbers. Else, the distance to 0 is the current value times -1 itself, right? If it's positive. So if we get positive 3 times -3 would be the distance to 0. So the thing that's tripping me up is we need to return the larger value if they have the absolute values are equal to one another. So we'll say we have closest is equal to none. This needs to get set outside the loop, I think. Right, because then it gets overrode inside the loop. Okay. If the we need to initially set the first value equal. So this would be nums at index 0 is currently the closest one. Now this would have to say if the length of nums is greater than 0, we can set this there and then do this, right? If you actually have a positive length. Now, you do here in this case for this constraint, so we don't even really need to specify this directly. Hash map might be a bit overkill here. If you can do it with just the array space, it will save you memory. Okay, so maybe we'll try to just save it and just do this. So closest is initially the first value in the array, right? Because just right off the bat, by default, the closest one on the 0 is going to be the first one, just to start. So if the number is less than 0, distance to 0 is so if the absolute value of closest, not closet, closest is if the absolute value of closest is greater than distance to 0, So this will always be, if it's less than, it'll be, so we need to bring this to positive number only. So if it's less than its absolute distance to 0 is equal to number itself, rather, okay? So we'll make these all positive. So if the absolute value of the closest is greater than the distance to 0, which is already in positive form, so if closest is -1, or say negative, let's say -5 for the first 0 in first value in numbers, then the distance to 0 for that value is 5, right? It becomes absolute valued here. Well, if it's, okay, so let's say the first one's 5 or -5, the next one is -3. So -5, -3. Let's just make that dummy array here. Array equals -5, -3 so far. So our first value is -5, gets saved here. We then say, if we're going to loop through and say if the number at the current index value iteration is less than 0, we're going to absolute value the number, right? Which is our distance to 0, technically. And so then, in this case, this becomes 5. So 5 is put here, and absolute value of closest, which is going to be 5. So this is evaluate to not true, so it's going to continue back through. So if absolute value is greater of closest is less than the absolute value of the distance to 0, we're going to return, we're going to save closest as distance to 0, and we're going to then return outside of this loop the closest value. So the closest is equal to the distance to 0. So I'm going to say here, though, I'm going to have a flag here for is negative, and this is going to be sets of false. And so then we'll say set this distance to 0 for is negative is equal to true here. So we'll flag if this value is negative, and if this is true, so I think I'm getting too ahead of myself here. So I'll say else statement there. So if the distance to 0 so if the number is negative, we're going to set the distance to 0 to the absolute value of the number. Else, the distance to 0 is just the number itself. If the absolute closest so I need to have this actually start in here. So it'll determine if that number is negative initially. We need to have it on the local level of each number. So is negative is false. If number, right, is negative then becomes true in this iteration, else distance return to 0 is nums. Right, okay, so if the absolute value of closest not distance to 0 here. Nums of index I. So if the absolute value of the closest is less than the distance to 0, we wouldn't even need these flags for is negative in this case, right? If the absolute value of closest is less than the distance to 0, then the closest becomes the nums at index position I. I think this is it. I could be wrong. Ugh, dang. So this would give me expected is 1. It got 8. And then in this one, I got 2. Oh, I should got 1. Oh, it's greater than. Okay, we got one case right here. So in this case, we got the negative value, and we should have gotten 1. So now we need to say if absolute value of closest, we return so in this one, we returned 8, or we got 1. Okay, so this one, now we just need to return, if the absolute value is return, but we need to know if each of these values has been right? Will we not have to use a hash to save all of these values, both positive and negative, and determine if they are equal to one another? If the absolute value of the value is equal? If absolute value of the closest is greater than So I could save each value in the hash map. So, hey Gina, how you doing? So, scene vals is equal to this. I'm going to save index. Looks good. Thanks, Gina. So the saved scene vals with the key value of the nums at index I and a value of I, right? So if closest, if the absolute value of closest in scene values return absolute value of closest. Like that. Return absolute value of closest. Okay, so that solves it. So I did use a hash here to save predetermined values though. See, that got accepted, but there are solutions way faster than mine. What do you guys think? So my reasoning for using the hash in this case was to, in constant time, determine if a value, the closest value determined at the end of the run, if the absolute value was in that one, right? Meaning that if we had, like in case 2, I was failing my case 2 where we had a value of -1 and an absolute value of -1 is 1, and that is also seen in the array. So that's why I was adding to a hash here to do that evaluation. Now, is there a way to bypass the use of the hash here? What do you guys think? You guys had suggested that there was, so I'm inferring that that is true. What do you guys think? Um, I solved this in Zero with Python and HashMap. So it could be, but you don't need it. You don't need stick. Stick? What do you mean, Mahan? Alright, we finished our orange, guys. Nice. Stick to your solution. Okay. So, is my solution valid here? Is it like a good, working time solution? Def don't need a hash or anything though. You can have O of 1 space complexity. How can you have O of 1's space complexity for memory? So how could I determine though that if the number I'm on has already been seen for its absolute value? Can I Yeah, I would think, yeah, this is O of n, right? Big O of n, yeah. I think so, Mahan. I agree that this is. You have to, I'm accessing every value in the array for n time, linear time, but I'm just creating more memory with the use of a hash map here. Now, you guys are saying I don't need to use a hash map. How is that the case? How can I determine a value that's already been seen if it's that is the absolute value? Think of having two variables. So if I have two variables, oh, I get you. So if I go closest, and then I do ABS of closest equals absolute value of closest, right? Um, and then take this value here, right? We'll set it initially there, and then say here, there, and then if ABS closest, so we set two variables. So if you have a closest variable, and you find the value that is the closest, if the value you're on is equal so if the value that we're on right, if the value that we're on if the nums at index I is equal to the absolute value of if the nums at index I, if the number is equal to what? If the number is equal to Hey Moet, thanks for coming in. Giovanni, yeah, hold on, give me 1 second. I'll answer your question in just a sec. So if the number that we are the two variables kind of make sense though, because like if I house a number inside of the variable, I then keep going until I reach a number. I do a check if the absolute value I appreciate all you guys' help. So if we have two variables, we loop through the array, housing the closest one we find in variable 1. Okay, so if the number is equal to ABS at closest, if the number Hey, Fernando23. Yeah, exactly. I've been learning Python from scratch, teaching myself for the past 6-7 months. Thanks so much for joining me here. Follow along if you're interested in, learning alongside me. I appreciate you, Fernando. Thanks for coming in. Speed-wise will be pretty much the same. Space complexity doesn't need to be O1, though. So how can we do it with two variables then? So if the numbers that we're currently on is equal to the absolute value of the closest, because that would not solve it either. Right. Can you tell me how I can say that there's a positive value for it with O1 space? How much memory did you use in your answer, Mahan? Yeah, you have to save all. I think he's just talking about the. I think he's talking about the creation of a hash map. I don't. I think he's saying that the creation of a hash map, the timing doesn't matter, but the memory will be saved for the lack of the creation of a hash map. Because the hash map will house n objects, right? But interesting. So this is my answer. What do you guys think? This is what I have so far. I used a hash map here. But that costs you O of n. How would it cost you O of n? Check if a positive exists. That solution is fine. Okay. I appreciate you guys' help, Mahan and Patea. Thank you guys so much for being here and joining me. With two variables, you would have one for distance and one for value. Which is okay, so you have the value itself, right? And then you have the distance to 0 at each place. Yes, slow SSO. SSLO, we're bringing a 3-hour grind here. We're grinding. Thank you so much for joining me, you guys. Once you find the same distance, you check if the value is greater than the one you currently have. So if it's negative, then you switch it. Okay. It's just n and 2 times n. So it's just another constant operation of word assortation. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, that was this problem. So we are making some strides here, you guys. Oh, that's bright. Oh, we are making some strides here with our Leet codes. So yeah, it's not too bad here so far. Palindrome, Roman to integer. How n is you check absolute value of closest in nums, which costs O of n, but dict has O of 1. Okay. Yeah, you'd have to do a check if the absolute value of closest is in the numbers list, which costs another O of n time. But the dict has O of 1 for this. Okay, got you. So then the use of a hash map is the faster method then for this problem. Because you would have to do another linear iteration over to check the absolute value of every single value in the array. If you guys are enjoying your time here with me, my name is Michael. I'm 25 years old. I've been teaching myself how to program for the past 6-7 months after my 9-to-5 job as a chemist. I graduated back in 2021 with a Bachelor of Science in Human Biology and a minor in chemistry. I graduated with high honors, magna cum laude, for my tuition, my school institution, my in, institution. I was an undergraduate teaching fellow for the chemistry department and a chemistry laboratory instructor for the undergraduates, as the only undergraduate for that instruction, semester. So I have a little bit of experience, at the collegiate level, in the past. I have a good degree with, high level thinking and things like that. So I'm hoping that would transition well into programming, and it seems to be helping me out quite nicely. And so we're going to continue diving into do programming with DSA and Python, with Leet code, with general computer science topics, and as well we'll eventually get into some more math-based topics. Continue learning into our calculus and linear algebra. So if that sounds like something that interests you, please consider following along to the stream. We've been growing quite rapidly. Consider throwing a like and joining the Discord down below, where you can get access to all my resources and we can chat offline. You mapping absolute value as value, which is not O1. You're doing O1 for each value. Yeah, it's all right. There's multiple ways to solve this solution. Everybody, it's okay. I appreciate everybody's ideas being here and helping me out. Um, you guys are awesome. You guys just helping me out with all the different angles and thinking about it from different perspectives is even more crucial, right? So I really appreciate Patea, Lowell, Mahan, Fernando, everybody. You guys are awesome. Yeah, so this is free from what I've been doing. I haven't paid for anything. Uh, LOL, or no, Fernando. Awesome. If you're looking for resources, Fernando, feel free to join my Discord link below, where you can get access to all of my PDFs I've been reading, all my notes that I've been taking through Markdown, all of my repos, all of my practice problems. Everything is in the Discord link below. All right. Cool. So that was a cool little Leet code introduction here. I kind of want to take a peek here at the small business manager for a couple minutes here and see where we left off last time. LOL said, "Are you following a list of like neat code or just doing random questions?" Yeah, I was just doing random questions that you guys suggested in the chat. So I think that we'll make it a part of the stream to answer one or two Leet code questions a stream to help with practicing our DSA that we've been learning, right? We've been learning various concepts of DSA in Python by reading through this book of data structures and algorithms in Python. And if you want access to this book, you can either look it up or join my Discord linked below. And so we are starting to do some Leet code to help practice those as we've been getting more comfortable with these concepts. If you want to practice two pointers, code test case test results, result 977 squares was 977 squares of a sorted array. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll have to save that one for next time. We'll take a stab at that one. Nelly, welcome in. Any recommendations for Python for a cybersecurity student? Yeah, for sure. I have been teaching myself Python for the past 6, 7 months. So if you're wanting to follow along with me here, please follow along. I enjoy talking with you guys. But I started with last about 7 months ago with Harvard CS50P through EDX online. I have a thread in my Discord where I'm going to be updating. I've been working on the CS50X one, but going to be updating the CS50P thread with all of my weeks that I've already completed. Right, I finished this one about 7 months ago, but I paired CS50P with Python Crash Course. This book was really key in solidifying those concepts that were taught in CS50P. This has very basic examples, goes line by line, uses footnotes over those coding lines, and breaks down what is exactly happening in arrays, in loops, not arrays, really, but lists, in loops, in dictionaries, in functions, in file I/O. This is a really great book for providing you the necessary examples and practice alongside with the learning that comes with CS50P. I have a PDF copy of this in my Discord, and I also am going through and I've been posting solutions to the try it yourself practice problems within the text on my channel. So subscribe and join along if you're wanting to keep getting access to all that information. We also So that's where I would definitely start is Harvard CS50P and the Python Crash Course book. These two will set you up very nicely for learning Python. We had a question above really quick. Uh, Sorry. Where was it? Giovanni says, "Brother, any advice for someone studying computer science in South America?" Really interesting, really amazing that you are able to find the stream from South America. Welcome to you, Giovanni. I What part of South America are you from? Do you live in like Uruguay? My dad, he actually lived in Uruguay for a little while. Um, uh, when he was younger, he spent some time over there. Really cool that you're from South America. But some advice. I can't really. It's hard for me to say because I am located in the United States, North America. So I do have a lot of privileges here that maybe other countries don't have access to. So I have to take that in mind, and I try my best to keep that in mind. I would say if you have a little bit of a gap in your understanding with English, that might be a good place to start with practicing your English. I can't even imagine if I was a non-native English speaker trying to learn loops and read over this data structures and algorithms book having a not a native English, like it would just be so much harder. And I really feel for you guys that aren't native English speakers that are trying to learn this with me. You guys are really awesome. uh, you feel this would be a lot harder if I was not native in English. So how is your levels of English? That's what I would ask you. Are you comfortable with English, or are you do you speak Portuguese? Are you in Brazil, or do you speak Spanish, like in Uruguay, or what's your level of English like? Nelly says, "I've self-taught myself up to classes and inheritance. Do you think I should get that one?" Yeah, I even like I did the CS50P class first, and then I read Python Crash Course. Looking back, I wish I would have read them and did them in tandem. But I found that even going back and relearning or going over those beginning concepts again, it was a little redundant, yes, but it really helped me to solidify those. And so when I was going to do harder things, I was not bottlenecked by my lower level understandings. So, like, if I was so fluent to the point where it was almost second nature, these loops, these variable settings, these just the basic raw syntax, I was able to take on the higher level concepts at face value rather than still being dragged down by everything below it. So I think that it's still worth it to re-go over those beginner concepts, especially if you're newer in those first couple of months, even if you've already been introduced to them, because at the end of the day, you're only as strong as your foundation, right? Fernando, I'm thinking to take CS50 to have the fundamentals. Why are you learning programming? Yeah, so I am actually a chemist for my by profession. I work as a chemist. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. And in many of my cases at work, I have to manually or hand calculate various chemical matrices. Now, for example, I have to like take a bunch of solutions. Let's say I have, um, you know, 50 different solutions or whatnot that all have different combinations or ratios of concentration for various things. So this solution A tests for 10 different things all at different levels. Solution B has the same tests but for different levels. Solution C has a few of the tests but for different levels. If I combine those solutions together, what levels would those individual parameters equate out to or equilibrate out to? And I have to predict that. And so I was, it's a lot of monotonous like plugging and chugging and interpretation and evaluation on my end. And so I was like, man, I really wish I had a computer that could do this for me. And so that's what started this whole journey. And so for the past 7 months, I've been just teaching myself various concepts. We've completed a few projects. You can check them out on my channel. I have demonstration videos for both the Harvard CS50P final project we completed, the inventory management system, or the fun project we completed to continue our learning on the channel. I wrote the entire task tracker application live on stream, which there's a demo video of that on my channel as well. And so now we've been writing another project, right? We do all our learning in the beginning and then we practice on projects on the side to help solidify that learning and keep up with our programming and coding abilities. is this is a small business manager where we're loading in items, converting those items into for sale and sold items via transactions, logging those attribute updates, loading in expenses, and then cross-examining the two informations to report, business reports for revenues and, income statements and things along those lines. So a really cool kind of, program here using object-oriented programming to, perform a various real-world function. I'm dealing with classes and inheritance right now in my C++ project. Oh, awesome. What kind of project are you working on, SS Low? Fernando, I read that you graduated in human biology. Yeah, exactly. So I do have some, background in science coming into this, but, I've never read any programming or code before when I start. Can you stop shaking? What's going on? My dog's shaking. I never had read any programming or did any programming before this, so this stream is providing like an authentic point of view for maybe like how what you could maybe accomplish if you really put your mind down and grind to this kind of like similar to what I have been doing over the past couple of weeks to months. I've been practicing every day for a minimum of about 2 hours. And I've come quite far, and I've gotten a lot of positive feedback from people in the stream telling me that I, have been able to program somewhat better than a lot of their colleagues in college at CS majors. And so it's really, a lot of positive feedback and quite remarkable to me that I've been progressing like that. And it's a test to, the support you guys have also been giving me. So thank you guys as well. Um, Nelly, I provide a free copy of the Python Crash Course book in my Discord. So if you want a free PDF copy, I have it in my Discord, or you can also look it up online. So there's nothing wrong with the PDF. If you want the physical version, feel free, but the PDF has everything in there, and you can get that on my Discord. Did you follow a structure when creating your inventory app, or did you just wing it? When I say structure, I'm talking about preparation, etc. Yeah, one fit squad. I just wang it, wang it. I just winged it. I thought that I thought that I was just spending too much time, asking myself and asking other people, how do I get started? How do I do this? How do I do that? And at the end of the day, I was getting tired of having to rely on maybe other people's opinions, and I said, if I fail, like making something, like I fail, like it does not matter. It does not have to be perfect the first time. And so I just started building. I just started adding feature by feature. I then realized, okay, let's make a virtual environment. Let's make a GitHub repo. Let's make a Git repo so we can track. And then little by little, I learned a lot along the way by actually doing and then just constantly asking, um, oh, should I do this or how should I go about that? I just started to just do because I was just kind of tired of leaving it up to other people. I wanted to take things into my own hands. So yeah, I just completely started from a blank scratch file. It was literally a blank py file. I added in a couple of functions, built a little bit of functions the next day, a little more functions the next day, added in some more files the next day, and after the course of like 2 weeks, I had a project. But it is as simple as it literally started as simply as a single function on a blank py file. Started with one function, okay. Moved to another function, made another function, and then little by little, day by day, right, over the course of a week, 2 weeks, I had 20, 30, 40 functions that were all, working together for this one goal. And I think that's what people get discouraged by is that it is a timely process. You have to put in a lot of time and effort to reap, the rewards of a beneficial program from what we've built so far. So just know that, it does take that time. It is not that, instant gratification often seen on social media. SS Low says, I'm making an Object Explorer menu to display all members of an object, including inherited members from parent classes. Oh, that's really, really cool, actually. Like, is it going to be just like is it going to be like intertwined in the IDE so you can like just like track back almost like through like a tree and see its inheritance level? That's really interesting. Wang it, yeah. Wang it. Um, Nelly says, thanks for the feedback, bro. Just subbed. It's pretty late where I'm at, so I'm going to go to sleep. I'll check out the PDF version even better. Have a great night. Keep up the grind. Yeah, Nelly, I also provide all my personal notes for when I read the book in my Discord as well. I I provide those individual solution videos that I've been making little by little over the course of the past few weeks for those try it yourself problems. And I also have a GitHub repo where I have all of my, solutions to those answers just as they are. So join the Discord, get access to that, and that'll be great. Thanks for so much for subbing and for coming in, Nelly. I appreciate you. And yeah, if anyone else is wanting to follow along with me here on my journey, I've been programmed for about 7 months, and I've been using these stream as a video series to document my progress and track live from a authentic beginner point of view. So implement ideas from there. Yeah, exactly. Have you learned OOP like classes and stuff? Yeah. So that's exactly how we've actually implemented a large majority of our projects so far is well actually that's pretty much the only kind of way we've implemented projects so far is once I learned about object oriented programming and wrapped my head around the fact that you can create kind of objects, real world object representations in code. I was like, oh, this is like the final piece I needed to actually like to get stuff going. Like I had a lot of ideas for like the solutions, like if I was going to combine solutions, well, each solution itself probably needed to be an object in a class. And I was like, I just didn't know that had that tool yet. And so once I learned about this in CS50P, the light bulb just went off. And it was really hard at first. It was, well, it was really hard at first to wrap my head around. I had no idea what the blueprint meant. I had no idea what instance variables were, class methods, what setters and getters were, none of that. But I just kept going. I kept thinking about it, kept thinking about it, kept practicing it, and then it just clicked. I was like, wow, okay, now I get it. Like I can create objects, have what their attributes that they represent, like be physically coded, and I can manipulate them. And so it just the light bulb went off, and so it was a great. It was really interesting. um, so that's the best way to learn code by building up the project. Yeah, little by little, for sure. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Yes, exactly. I start to learn to code from scratch. I'm an electrician, but I want to change my profession. In my case, I'm learning JavaScript. Awesome, Fernando. Yeah, join the Discord. We got a lot of people that currently learn JavaScript, and I've been taking CS50X right now live on the channel. We just finished week 2 yesterday and watched the week 2 lecture. But coming up in the next couple of weeks, they're going to do an intro to JavaScript section. So join me on that if you're wanting to get some more experience. I highly recommend anyone here that if you're trying to learn programming to take the CS50X course that I'm doing live with me. So I've been watching the lectures live on stream and completing the problem sets live, as well as been re-uploading the condensed lectures to my channel. So we have been taking the CS50X course, an Introduction to Computer Science course, live on the channel. So if you're new and wanting to get started, that is a great place to start with me here. I have all my notes and everything in a repo provided in my Discord and all that stuff. Adi Meister, you are such an inspiration for all of us. I'm from CS background trying to learn data structures and not memorize them. You motivate me to learn every day. Awesome. Thanks so much for the kind words. You're so sweet. You're really awesome. Honestly, I couldn't do this without your guys' support. Coming in every day is a challenge of itself. It's hard to do this every single day. I much rather would watch TV sometimes, play my guitar, or just hang out with my dog. But I want to keep productive and keep on. I believe in this. I believe that we can be successful in this, and I believe that you guys can too alongside me. So join me if that's something that you're wanting to. Where do you take notes in VS Code in Markdown format? Yes, exactly. I'll take them right alongside my, I'll pull it up. This is our data structures and algorithms notes that we've been taking live. And so I'll take my live notes in Markdown here. I can do Shift Command V to view, and you can get this Markdown view, right? So it's a really nice, organized notes here that are organized by section in the book. And then I have all the practice problems that come after the chapters here. So in DSA alone, we've done probably over like 100 practice problems throughout these chapters. So we're on chapter 8 right now in trees. So yeah, you can get access to all of these on my GitHub linked below. Okay. So this was the project that we've been working on. This is the small business manager in Python. If I go ahead and just do a demo of this project, I'll show you guys what's happening. So last time we wrote this JSON writing functionality last time. So as you guys know, we've been handling actual items. This is pertaining to like small businesses. Think of things like that sell clothes or like maybe food or whatever. Um, you know, just that sell one-off items. So like you'll take in items and those are transacted and saved via CSV. I kind of like this format because they can transition into Excel and operate on data that way as well. But when handling expenses, I decided to take a stab at maybe learning some JSON. So yesterday we tried and were successful in actually implementing and writing the load file. So I have a function here called load file that I wrote, which will actually, like I said, load in the file. And I have a type given as a parameter for this function. Now, the type is going to be a string, and it will represent the type of file to be loaded. So I initially give a tuple here of the appropriate file types that are needed. So that'll raise an attribute error if you're not provided in these types. Um, so we match the type. So in the one we wrote yesterday for expenses.json, so we're going to open the type expenses.json with the with open function as the expenses file variable. We're going to save the loaded expenses as the json.load on that file, and we're going to return the loaded expenses, right? Just as simple as that. Except if the file isn't found, right, through this try block, we're going to open the file in writer mode and as some arbitrary unused variable, and we're just going to return the loaded items that are blank, right? So right here we have loaded items which get automatically loaded in via this items function. So I just referenced that here to to return a blank dictionary if the file isn't found initially, which means that it's the first time being ran. Um, why your first line and second one in command are reversed? What do you mean, Mahan? Why your first line and the second one in the CMD are reversed? I'm not sure what you mean. And then, except if we get a JSON error, meaning that there's no actual values in the JSON file, we're going to just return the empty list as well, or the empty dictionary. So by having this in a dictionary format, is all these items are now in hash map, and we can access them in constant time. In my terminal, um, I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean. My first line and my second line. Okay, so if I go ahead and run the program, right, we're prompted with some menus. So my functions are kind of like jumping from menu to menu. That's kind of like the format of this overall project is I have, an inventory menu function. I have a, um, why your first line and second one in CMD are reversed. It's opening a PDF. What? You talking about this? The first prompt when you start the program. Oh, up here? You mean, would you like to open the Small Business Manager 1.0? Yes? Okay. Should it be Small Business Manager by... Okay, I see what you're saying. Let's go to our main here. You want me to take this, move this out here? go here, system name, backslash n, would you like to open like that? That's what you want me to do. Like that. And then do this, like there. Oh yeah, I think it was all right. I think it's just our English interpretations are probably different. I think it worked either way, but it's all right. Would you like to open? Yes or no? Okay. So yeah, this is our program here. So we go in. Like I said, is my my functions kind of act as menus. So and you hop from menu to menu. So that's kind of like the structure of the overall system. So if I press in, if I see what happens if the user inputs 3 or a wrong number, yeah, so I have a check here. So I'll show you guys that. So in my main program here, we're doing this. We match case for these cases. Now, if the user doesn't enter in a proper number, right, where is that being handled? Well, I wrote a custom function called create menu. So my my create menu function, which is right here. Right. So I think that this is a really cool function. We wrote it at the beginning, and I kind of remembered it ever since because it was really cool when I wrote it, I think. So I automatically create this kind of general menu here just by giving a prompt and a set of options or a list of options. So if the is instance options, right, given is a list, tuple, or set, we can go ahead and continue this, except else we'll throw a value error, right? It's not a part of these list of options. We need a list of some sort, an iterable object. So while true, we're going to display our prompt, and then we're going to enumerate the index and the option, right, out of our options iterable set or list or whatever. We are then going to print each index value plus 1, right? Because this will be starting index value of 0. If we want to have it start at, represent a menu option of 1, we have that index plus 1. And then we display the option, title, and strip off. So that's how this is formatting here. We try to get user input at this point, except a value error on this conversion of integer from this user input saying please select a menu option using its numerical value. So if we don't successfully convert the string instance from the input into an integer, we hit this value error, we clear, and we get thrown this error. So I'll show you here is if I now the terminal will clear here, print, but also hit this while loop again. So I strategically clear first, print, and then reprint the entire menu option itself, so we capture this print but also remove all of the previous input values and stuff. So I'll show you here. If I push 3, boom, or I push ABC rather, error, please select menu option using its numerical value. So that's where it's being cased, and that clear happens right here. The print happens then, and then the recontinuing of the while loop, printing the prompt and enumerating happens again. So that's where that's taking place. Now I have this option here and says if the user input not in the range of 1 plus the length of options plus 1, meaning that it has to be within the range of 1 all the way to the length of options plus 1, then we're going to clear the terminal saying it's not a valid option. So if I press 3 here, meaning that it's outside this bounding if statement, right, error, please select a valid option, right? That's where we get hit this. So if I were to also say -1 here, right, we would get that same error. If I say 0 here, that same error gets populated there, right? So that's where we have to provide the appropriate bound for the options available. We're going to return the user input in a string form, just like we're going to reconvert that back into a string, just like the input function would normally behave, right? Although we are technically returning integers that are bound in quotes at this step, we are kind of giving similar behavior to the user input and returning a string back. And so you know, that's function. So it's really cool. Um, mm, mm, mm. I think the previous one made more sense, but that's personal opinion. Yeah, I kind of like that one too as well. Um, would you like to open the system itself, right? So we'll take this here. Would you like to open here backslash n and then that there like so? That'll run like this. Would you like to open the Small Business Manager 1.0 by Michael Deming? Yes. And then the would you like to open what? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. How long should I work on a medium project problem before looking at a solution? I've been trying find minimum rotated sorted array for half an hour. Should I keep going more? Yeah, Wenhan Lee personally, I'm a problem solver. I really don't like to give in and quit on things. It's just like something about it just really irks me my core. I because once I figure it out, like I'm like, oh, man, I should have known that. Like 99% of the time when I not 99%, but maybe 90 or 80% of the time when I see the solution, I'm like, man, I should have known that. So I really try my best to push myself even further, even if I'm not getting it, even if it takes me another day, another 2 days, and if it takes me to step away and come back, right? That's okay because I personally find the gratification of solving it on my own to be so much more satisfying and project me to wanting to learn more than seeing the answer. Now it does get to a point where kind of like a sunk cost where you know the amount of time that you're spending on this problem, you might just not know the appropriate way to solve it yet at this point. So don't treat it like a sunk cost and be like, oh, well, I'm already, 6 hours into learning this. I'm just going to keep going. At some point, it becomes inefficient to keep going. And that's up to you to determine, right? It's kind of like that sunk cost fallacy with like either investing or with anything, whether it be time or whatever. So just know that at some point you have to just say, okay, this is no longer a sunk cost, and I need to do something about my learning and improve because I'm obviously maybe just don't have the tools necessary to solve the problem. So if it's taking you longer than I'd say maybe like an hour and a half of solid retry, then maybe you don't have the tools at your disposal. And so go try to learn those first and then come back to it. And if you still are stuck, then maybe try to seek out another option. I'm not sure how to get binary search. Man. Read the solution, understand it. Then in a few days, come back to it and try to solve it again without the solution. Could be up 1 hour, but if you're right, you have no idea. That's not waste time. Move on. So you don't look at it. Yeah. Since binary search is a basic idea everyone should have implemented, you should practice it when you could implement it in like max 10 minutes. The basic idea, you good to go. Whatever. So. Not wing on. Hopefully, I can rub off on you a little bit here. Your goals are different. Wing Hong is preparing for interviews. He doesn't do it for fun or hobby. Like, yeah, oh, gotcha. Yeah, that can be challenging too. But maybe try to try to keep it as like and treat it as that fun and hobby, right? Because that'll help you with burnout, right? Okay. So open the small business manager. So yes, yesterday we wrote the ability to, if I have expenses in my expenses menu, these just continually will get added, right? So if I go add expense, use today's date, yes. Expense amount 100. Description will say was um, new inventory sourcing. Category will say credit card. Expense method will say is, or this should have said credit card rather. Note, none. Right? So that's adding all those successfully. Nice. Number 4, giving it a number. Method number 2. Method number 1. Okay, good. So we're getting individual new numbers for each of these. Okay. So now we need to establish a way. So in our add expense here, we are saving and then we are coming back to here. And nothing is going on at this point. So in my add items, what am I doing afterwards? I'm running the inventory menu afterwards. So that's what I need to do here as well. Is that in my expenses, after I make the expense and save, we're going to call the expenses menu again and get into the expense menu. So if I go here, yes, expenses, add expense, yes, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, now we're back into the expenses menu here. But because the expenses menu doesn't have a clear associated with it, we have to do a clear down here, like so. So yes, expenses, add expense, yes, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and we get loaded back into here. Perfect, and those expenses remain there. Nice. So now if we go find edit, that's what our next feature is we need to implement. So in our expenses menu, we have find edit expense. So in my item search menu here, found items none. If I right click on my JSON file, I can format it with prettier. Oh, wow. Thank you guys. That actually is really helpful. That's actually really nice. Okay, cool. So now we have all of our expenses like this. Thank you so much, Patea. Go to your JSON writing function real quick. Okay. My JSON writing function would be save file. Here. This is my save file function, and this is my load file function here. Add indent equals 4 as an attribute. On the dump here to line 576. Indent equals 4, like that. Okay. So let me go here. Let me just clear out the JSON. Go here. Yes. Let's see how that gives us. Expenses. add expense 1. Yes, 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 yes. Cool. Oh, so that auto updated the spaces here like this. Oh, gotcha. So I don't have to right click every time. Okay, cool. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. If you guys are enjoying this collaboration, please follow along to the stream. This is what we're all about, helping each other out, learning together, refreshing each other's memory. If you already know these things, you guys are, yeah, exactly. You guys are cooking. Thank you. Okay. So now what do we need to do? We need to establish the actual searching for various expenses and bringing them back up for maybe editing or whatever. So like find edit expense here. Let's write that before we end today. How about? So our find edit expense function happens here. Um, find edit expense. So item search menu. I'm trying to see if I have already functions that are written for this. I can't remember. So we have a run transactions, run inventory, edit item, run find edit item. I do item search by item number, item search menu, item search menu here. So I need another type here for expense number. Like so. So let me go ahead and let's go ahead and make these guys smaller. So elif type is equal to expense number, right? So if type is equal to expense number, we'll convert the string to user input. Okay, so I think this can actually be put here. Convert if it's not in the length of the keys. So if type is, rather than doing this here, so if type is item name, item number, or quote expense number, we're going to take try to get user input, converting that to an integer, right? Except if it's not convertible to an integer, give that error. If it's not within 1 and the length of all items dot keys, not all items. Okay, so that's why we have that hard-coded in there, so we can't really do it there, actually. So I'm going to just take, then, this entire if statement, come down here, say, paste it here, put this to elif, go expense number, try to get user input int, except for this error, if not in the length of the expenses, ooh, all expenses, right? We're going to clear found item equals all expenses of the user input, return found item. Okay, so then what we can do is literally in our expenses menu, call item search menu for expense number, right? And this will return an item found expense is equal to this, that returns the found expense here, but this returns the value of the key. So if the key is the expense number, right, which is the expense number, perfect, because we are converting it to an integer, and the value is the item itself, expense itself. Yes, perfect. Okay. So now we have the found expense. We want to let's go print found expense. Let's see what happens here. So yes, expenses, add expense, yes. Let's just add in a bunch of expenses. Ooh. Ooh. Ah, shoot. Yes, expenses, add expense, yes, 22222. Okay, now if we go find edit expense, now we're given an expense number. If I go over to my JSON here, we only have 4 expenses that are available for us to select from. So if I give expense 0, error item number 0 not found. So that error needs to change to expense error. Expense number. Error expense number not found. Okay. So if I run this again, yes, expenses, find edit expense, expense number 0, expense number equals 0 not found. Press Q to go back, quit. So I press Q, we get out of this. If we go back to expenses, find edit expense. If the user enters Q, main menu. Okay. So expense number, if I go 5, expense number 5 not found. But now if I give 4, key error. Key error 4. Found items, user input. Item search menu 4. Yeah, Mahan, I thought about that too, is because we're calling main menu here instead of expenses menu, because this function is just universal. So that's why it's not going back 1 step, but 2 steps. Now, we might want to change that. Might have to refactor this out. LS Dominguez says, most of the time we have learning illusion that watching and redoing the same concept or code we think we learn at once, but that's not true. Yeah, I agree. Totally. Totally. Are you familiar with the concept of second brain? No, I am not, Adi. You'll have to fill me in. Are you returning 4 as the key to access the expense, or quote 4? So all item user input is being converted to an integer. So we need to convert it back to a string. So why are we doing a conversion here? Why are we even doing this conversion here? I don't even think we need this. So we'll do user input. We will just get user input. We don't even need to convert to an integer. Oh yeah, we do. Because we need to check if it's in the length. If it's even accessible here. And then return it back to a string. So yes, expenses, find edit, expense number 4. Now we get it. Perfect. Right? Because we were converting it to an integer, but the JSON has to have strings, right, as all of its values. For the key, I mean, right? So we do this conversion initially just once to integer to make sure that we are selecting like a number, you know, that's within our bounds of the length of the keys of our dictionary, but we have to convert it to stir to actually receive that item, you know, back in constant time. So I'm not sure what the benefit would be to, you know, doing the opposite approach and just saying, right, not doing this length check, right? Because we won't even try to access the hashable item if it's not even within the bounds of our length of our keys, right? Because if we're having the item number be our key, well then we know that starting from 1 all the way up to the length of our item number to our expenses, right? Our expense number rather, sorry. It will lie in there if this boolean is true. If this statement comes out to true, that means we have a value that we can access. So that's why we do this conversion, and this is where the error is being thrown if it's not found. So yeah. Okay, so that's appropriately actually accessing item number 4, expense number 4, perfect. So now we need to actually view the expense and edit its individual parameters like we are doing for the actual inventory items. So if I go to my edit, if I go to my edit item here with item, it takes in all of these same type of functions. I want you to try out this note-taking tool called Obsidian. Yeah, a lot of people have been suggesting that. It has a graph view which allows us to see related notes at a glance. This could be useful when you're building a DSA concepts. Yeah, I've been given quite the suggestions to try Obsidian. I first started out taking my notes in just in docs files, like in Google Docs, and then I shifted over to TXT files within the IDE itself. And then I was suggested to use Markdown, so that's what I've been using for right now, and I've been trying to get familiar with. So I am a little bit apprehensive because I don't want to have to like learn a whole new thing again while I'm also learning DSA. So that's a little bit of my troubles. But yeah, I definitely, people have been telling me Obsidian for sure to look at. You can also use the quote key in a dictionary to check if the dictionary contains the key. Okay, so I could just literally say if key in dict, right? If dict key in dict, then go ahead and proceed forward. Obsidian is built on Markdown. Okay, cool. I'll have to check that out. I'll watch some videos on it or something in my time here. Thank you for your suggestion, Audie. Appreciate you coming in and leaving some suggestions. If you guys are enjoying me here, follow me along this journey. I would love you guys to join me along so I can continue to network with you guys. Throughout my progress and in the Discord as well. So follow along. The channel's been growing really rapidly over the course of the last few weeks. It's been awesome. Obsidian uses Markdown syntax and renders them well too. Oh, awesome. Yeah, so it sounds like it won't be that hard of a transition then. So maybe I just need to get off my high horse and just do it. I really appreciate your guys' suggestions. How long you start with Python? Yeah, I've been learning and teaching myself Python for about 6, 7 months now. I started back at the beginning of summer of 2024 with Harvard CS50P and Python crash course. I completed those, completed the Harvard CS50P, and then started this channel, streaming my learning through Python crash course, data structures and algorithms projects, and continuing on with computer science topics and math and stuff. So that sounds like something that's interesting to you guys and you want to continue on learning with me here, I stream every day for studying these materials, improving on my personal education, and you can improve on yours as well. Every day for about 2 hours. At least I try to, and I've been really enjoying it. So hello, thanks for coming in, Palm Jeff or Fam Jeff, and we have is that Arabic? I'm not sure. I can't really read that. Did you do CS50P before CS50X? Yeah, so I completed CS50P already. That was my first ever introduction to programming, and currently live on the stream, we are completing CS50X as a stream together. So we are on week 2 now. Yesterday, we watched and streamed the week 2 lecture, and I'll be uploading a condensed version. You can also join my Discord to get access to all of my resources for CS50X. I have a thread going where I'm posting weekly updates as I complete the weeks for the course, and providing all of my resources and answers and everything. I'm not sure. I've never done data scraping with the Graph API. Maybe someone in here would know. But if you guys are interested in taking CS50X alongside me, please consider following along because we are doing that live right now on the channel. We just break it up every other day or so with some additional learnings to help kind of break up the monotony of things. But we have already completed week 0 and 1, and we're moving on to week 2. We're currently in week 2 right now. So leave a like if you're enjoying here. Leave a comment if you're enjoying. And subscribe and follow along. Okay, so we have an edit expense menu now. So we get this expense and we need to call find edit item. My brain isn't working anymore. I'm slowing down after 4 hours here. I'm slowing down a little bit, you guys. All right, thanks for coming in, Mahan. I appreciate you. I'm probably going to wrap things up quickly here myself. I'm starting to lose a little steam here. It's been 4 hours of learning and programming, so I need a reset. But I just wanted to kind of see where we could leave off here. Is this hosted on GitHub? I would love to check out the code and possibly contribute. Unfortunately, this isn't on GitHub. This is an independent project. I'm not really opening this up to like an open source environment for pull requests and things like that. This is an independent project, but I really do want to figure out some sort of open source project that we can push and pull requests from on GitHub. When we hit like 1,000 subscribers on the channel, I think that would be really cool for us to collectively come up with an idea together in the Discord as a channel, and then like start a project together, and then have pull requests opened up and like work on that together live on stream. Would be really cool, I think. So if you guys have any ideas regarding a project for when we're coming up on 1,000 subscribers here in like less than 100 and less than 200, please consider joining or join the Discord and letting us know. But this project is not currently on GitHub or at the moment. I do have my other projects though on GitHub, my task tracker, which is a very similar project in structure, I will say that I have some instances in that where I read through it and I said, wow, I really should have done it a different way. But for the most part, you can go check out that task tracker application I wrote on my GitHub and reference that one. But currently, this is not a remote repository. This is only local on my end. But if we get enough feedback to where you guys really, really, really want this, I was going to push it when it's finally done because I was trying to just like independently work on it and things like that. But if you guys really, really want it, I will consider pushing it for you guys. But I was going to wait until I had kind of more of a working prototype. And then also, like we had it, established when we had a working version 1.0, we are going to establish a working version 2.0 using a GUI. So we kind of already started writing a GUI using Tkinter here. I'll quickly run this so you guys can see is that we have a basic inventory, expenses, and settings tabs up here at the top, and then the inventory menus are being displayed here with like a matrix almost. So we have this kind of established. We also have, some scroll bars at the bottom and at the top. So we have a little bit of a GUI going for the working version 2.0, but version 1.0 is just a CLI program, and once we get this done, then we can transition into. Yes, Alexander, welcome in. It's so awesome that you're finally make it here. It's great to hear from you finally, and welcome to this channel. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I have a Discord link below with all of my resources and the community, everything. Okay, so nice. So are you a software engineer right now, or are you just starting your journey in this industry? Yeah, so for those that are new here, my name is Michael. Thanks so much for joining me, you guys. I've been streaming my coding journey and learning independently, teaching myself through various resources online for the past 6-7 months. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry, a Bachelor of Science in human biology, a minor in chemistry. I graduated back in 2021 from Utah State University here in the United States, and I currently work as a formulation chemist for a biotech company. So I work as a chemist and I make biological controls and been using learning programming independently here. So if that's something that you're interested in, guys, consider following along here. Thanks so much for your comment, Jeff. Go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down. Okay, so we have an expenses menu now, and we need to create we have an add expense. We're coming back to the expense. Now we need to do a found expenses here. And we need to run edit expense on the found expense. So we'll come here and we'll do an def edit expense, right? We're going to, which takes in some expense. So we're going to do user input is equal to create menu. And in our menu, our prompt is going to be edit expense or what do I have for the edit item? Item number blank, please select an item. Okay, that's what I did. So I'll do expense number. We'll make this an F string and put in the expense dot expense number. Yep. Expense dot underscore number. Item number. expense dot number. So my expense class, I have a expense dot number. In my item class, I have a item number. Okay. So it's just dot number then. Please select an attribute to edit. So I'm just going to copy this actually. Give me this whole thing. Give me this, put it here. So create menu function, item number, so this is expense number, expense dot number selected. Please select an attribute to edit with expense listed here. Okay, so now if I run this, but do I have a clear happening in my, yeah, edit item? I do. So I run this now, we go yes, expenses, find edit expense, expense number 4. Dict object has no attribute number. If you don't mind, can you share your goal of learning to code or Python? Yeah, no problem, fam. Jeff, I appreciate you. I really just want to continue my education. I have this kind of philosophy that I think that education is kind of taken advantage of, and that we have all of these tools, AI now especially, at our disposal for learning any sort of niche information pretty much in the world. And I think it would be incredibly unwise and ineffective and inefficient to not take advantage of these tools we have given to us. And so I, for the past 3 years since I graduated college, haven't been too focused on continuing my learning. I kind of just been falling into that trope of, okay, I graduated college, now I'm done. I'm in the field. I'm in the professional field as a chemist, but I don't need to learn anything else. But no, that's not true. I've come to the realization that it is no longer right on a teacher. It is up to me to independently seek out resources and to improve myself. So I think that just learning anything in general. Now I chose programming here as a way to improve myself because I just am very interested in computer science. I think as a physical scientist, it's very interesting that we've taken physical, elements and somehow managed to create working computers out of them. I think that is just completely crazy. And so I wanted to learn all about that. And so, 6, 7 months ago, I started learning Python with CS50P. And I then, after my 9 to 5 job as a chemist. And so I and now also being that I'm not like, using this as a way to get a job or transition into fields, I already have a job that I enjoy and that I have a degree in. I'm able to remove the pressure aspect. I think a lot of people put a lot of pressure on themselves to learn this material because they want to find a job and pay their bills. And yeah, that's obviously important. But I think that can also lead to the potential to burn out and maybe not enjoy the actual learning process. And so I created the stream to document my progress and provide like a real authentic approach to what it would be like for a beginner to try and teach himself these kinds of things. Now I do have a collegiate background and a degree in physical science, so I am somewhat smart in some other areas, but this hasn't been that easy for me at certain times, and it's been challenging, especially at the very beginning. And so I wanted to help convey that to you guys and kind of create an environment that reflected that kind of lack of pressure and just willingness and willingness and wanting to learn just for the sake of learning. So yeah. Thanks so much for coming in. Fight scenes. Hopefully that answered your question. Same with you, Davidge. I appreciate you guys coming in. How do you feel about chemical equation balancing program as a project? You could teach us a bit or two about chemistry too. Yeah, that would be actually really fun. We could do like a balancing the chemical equations and their coefficients as a project and make it open source. and then maybe even add in like a portion for like converting maybe metric units would be also cool. Just I bet there's stuff that's already out there like that, but we're not reinventing the wheel here. We're just getting practice. So that would be a good idea for maybe an open source project when we hit 1,000 subs. So we were talking previously, you guys, if you're new, that once we hit 1,000 subs, we're going to create more open source community based project. Right now, because I'm doing this one's kind of independently, and so at 1,000 subs, we'll create a community based project where you guys can pull requests on GitHub and push in your own code and everything. So subscribe if you want to get closer to that number. Okay, so the expense dot number selected, so an attribute or a dict has no attribute number. Hmm. So the expense is the dictionary itself. Right? Hmm. Wait, stop. Go lay down. Go lay down. You're okay. I'll hang out with you in a second. Hold on. We're almost done. So expense number has no attribute. So why am I not having an attribute number? So the for no attribute number, but in my search, so because it's a dict itself, hmm. The error occurs because the code is attempting to access a number attribute of a dictionary expense, but dictionaries in Python don't have attributes like number. They use keys for accessing the values. Print expense. Oh, okay. Expense quote key number. Like that. Print the expense. With number. So then expense amount, space description, amount, date. Expense amount, date, description, category, method, note, number. Expense, category, cat. expense note. So description, amount, date, category, note. Description, amount, date, category, note, and method. Like so. And back to inventory menu like that. So I go here, yes, expenses, view, 4. Expense number 4, selected. Please select an attribute to edit. Okay, now that gave us these options. So if I go, okay. What is this project about? Randoms ask. Yeah, so this project is just kind of like a basic small business manager. You're able to load in items, convert those items to for sale and then sold, both updating various attributes associated with the items. You then can load in expenses and then cross correlate the two and generate like income statements and reports and revenues and things like that. Maybe in your search, instead of returning the raw dictionary from JSON, create an expense object out of it first. Then you can use expense.number. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea too. The only thing though is with that is I can create another expense. I mean, the expense is created. It is just wrapped in a dictionary, right? The same thing is happening. See, in my all items dictionary, the key is the item number and the value of the key is the item itself. So, but in this case, the key is a value is expense number in string format, and then the actual. So, is there a way to de-dictionary a dictionary? Like, can we call dict on a dict to remove it out of a dict format and back to an object? Because we're doing item.item number here. So we set cost, right? You can make your own functions to dict and from dict. Okay. Yeah, so that's probably what we're gonna have to do if we want to ease this up to, or we can just keep it as its own dictionary and just work. I mean, is there any problem like with keeping it as a dictionary? I mean, it's just we're gonna have to update the individual dictionary elements rather than their instance variables here. So that's probably gonna be another problem. But when we report this expense class, we return in the get details function a dict format of this instance itself. So I am kind of treating this as a dictionary no matter what. To convert between JSON storage format and object format. Okay. And I guess to be efficient, we wouldn't need to convert every JSON object in the expenses. We would only need to convert the one that was called back up in the search, right? We wouldn't need to by product do an O of n to constant call across every single expense in our dictionary of JSON. we would need to just only do it when we call that expense back to our current presence to be edited. Okay, that sounds like a good idea for next time. All right, you guys, thanks so much for joining me today. We streamed for 4.5 hours today. Really, really successful stream. We first started out with some data structures and algorithms in Python. We completed and read on more of our chapter 8 on trees and binary trees. And so if you want access to those notes, I have a GitHub going live for that. And then we transitioned into some Leet code practice problems where we solved a couple of easy quote problems. Um, and yeah, so we completed a few of those, and so I think we'll make that a habit of using Leet code to kind of practice our DSA and kind of. It seems like a lot of people also really enjoyed participating in the Leet code. It helped the stream out a lot in terms of its numbers. A lot of people popped in for that portion and participated. Um, so yes, we did that, and then we transitioned after completing that into just working a little bit on our small business manager. Now, I will say that only working on this for about 30 minutes doesn't really do us much. It takes us about 30 minutes to kind of pick back up where we were left off last time, just because it's starting to get to a point where things are getting kind of elaborate, and by implementing features, it kind of takes more of a toll because I have to make sure things are fitting where they're supposed to go and all that kind of jazz. So, unless we have a good dedicated like 2 hours of solely just working on this, we don't really get too much done just because it takes so much for us to kind of get kicking and caught back up to speed where we left off on. But so tomorrow we'll obviously continue with all of these things that we've been doing today and do more Leet code, more DSA, more practice problems, and we might start on week 2 of CS50X tomorrow for the actual problem set. So if you want to see that, consider joining or following along. We've been completing the CS50X course live on the stream, and we're on week 2 right now. Yeah, so SS loads exactly only use to dig as when you need it. Exactly. I had a project using JSON for persistence, and that's exactly what I did. Yeah, so we'll have that sounds like a great idea, SS load. Thank you so much for that idea. We will implement that one tomorrow into our. So let's go ahead and stickies. Let's go here. Create a to dict and from dict function to transition in and out of JSON and object format. Continue with expense search and edits. Right, okay, cool. So we'll add those in next time. Yeah, your design choices compound as your project grows. I learned that the hard way. Yeah, so definitely, it seems a lot easier at the first to start adding in features quickly, but when more and more features get added on, it kind of takes me about 30 minutes to 20 to 30 minutes to kind of get up to speed about where everything is aligning, and then go from there to make sure I'm not messing up my structure or my pre-designed stuff. So this is just the process of what it is, and the realistic. It's not Rome wasn't built in a day. These projects aren't built in a day. They're built over the course of a few weeks and months, right? So I'm not in any rush though, and neither should you guys be. We're learning these projects. They're going to be here when we get back and whatever. So I appreciate you guys joining me. Thanks so much for being here. Join the Discord and chat with me offline. Subscribe if you enjoyed your time here. Like the video. It really helps. Trust me, guys. It really, really does help. Keep me motivated and learning, and also helping YouTube push our videos to keep the community growing and keep you guys popping in here. So, anyways, I'm done rambling. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining me today. And yeah, have a good night. See you guys.